It was a big problem, and it was a big talking point from the stream earlier. Obviously, I'm going to say, please, if you joined us earlier, don't give away or tease any results, any spoilers. A lot of our American friends, Canadian friends, a lot of the people that usually watch at this time have probably spent the day trying to avoid spoilers. So I don't want to hint at anything or talk about anything that actually is about to happen. But I don't think it's a spoiler to let people know that there was some pretty big technical problems earlier. And as a result, I think you're going to see a lot of conversation around how are they going to present this show tonight. Like, how are they going to show 3 hours of TV show and cut half an hour out? Is it that the ad breaks are going to be a little bit longer? Is it that they've recorded some backstage stuff to kind of fill that gap? Like, I'm not too sure. I know that we did overrun by 8 minutes. So we actually did 3 hours, 8 minutes. So I think it's probably about 20 minutes that is an issue. So, yeah, I mean, to me, that's one of the most interesting parts of this stream is going to be to see how they kind of edit around it on USA Network. I can't watch it on USA Network because obviously I'm not in America. I can turn a VPN on, but I still don't have access to USA Network. So there's no way for me to watch it on USA Network. So I'm going to watch the replay on Netflix, and that's going to be a bit of a problem because the replay on Netflix has got that problem. It's got that half an hour issue still in it. I've just gone onto Netflix now to have a look and see what was archived, see what got saved, and it is literally the show that we watched. So I don't expect you to have that in America. I've got that here. It's going to make this a real challenging watch along. You're going to have to tell me as soon as we go to commercial break and as soon as we come back. You're also going to have to tell me what the hell we start on, because I've got a feeling that you're going to start at a very different point than where the show actually started earlier. There's a few rumors that they might cut out a whole segment. The segment that basically we crashed during. They might just completely cut all of that out of the American showing. So it's a mess. Honestly, it's a mess. But it is so interesting because we've not really encountered this before, where, you know, it was a real messy broadcast. And so now the question is, what are they actually going to show in America? To be honest with you, the vast majority of the show, the rest of the show was fine. There was still a few glitches. There was still a few issues. There was, you know, little bits and bobs here and there. But it's that half an hour at the start, isn't it? That's the big kind of question. So this is going to be a really hard watch along to do. I'm watching a very, very different show to, I think, what you're going to end up watching, with commercial breaks and length of commercial breaks, and even where we start might be completely different. So going to have to really let me know as to where you are, and we're going to have to just try and do our best. But thankfully, obviously, there's no messing around tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be watching Night of Champions, and, you know, there's no later showing or anything like that. We can all just watch it at the exact same time. So that's tomorrow. And Raw is back to normal, I believe, because you lot in America, Canada, watch on Netflix. So we're back to normal there. There shouldn't be like any messing around or multiple showings or anything. We can all just watch that at the same time as well. So we just got to get through this stream. Yeah, that's all we're trying to do. We're just trying to get through this stream. And, well, let's see how it goes, shall we? Hannah said, Daze, a massive Smackdown tonight, but a bit rare. I hope there is no blackout that is set for, let's say, about 30 minutes. Let's all hope that we're not going to get that. But to be honest, it would be a lot easier for me if it was there. Because it would be, for me personally, it would be easy if I could just press play on Netflix and it was just perfectly in sync. Like, that would be a dream. Like, I would rather do that than constantly mess around with you guys saying, right, we're at commercial break, we're back from commercial break, you're a little bit ahead, you're a little bit behind. Like, that's going to be a nightmare, isn't it? So actually, I'd be all right with watching the half an hour glitch again if it meant that we were perfectly in sync, but they obviously won't do that, and they shouldn't do that, and so let's see. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to use the words interesting. Hello to everyone that's around. It's great to see so many people around, honestly, for this later showing. Obviously, we've basically done our stream already earlier, and there was loads of our American friends around, loads of people around earlier. I don't expect there to be that many people around for this one, because it seemed like everyone was around earlier, pretty much. So this is, I don't know, bonus mess, a bonus mess. That's what this is. So, yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. Nitro said it's like deja vu. It's just like deja. It's like a nightmare that we can't escape from. It's a nightmare that we're all experiencing again. So, let's go. Blake said, I still think Cena losing at SummerSlam. I think Cody is going to win and Seth is going to cash in. L.A. Joey said, even Daze is affected by this power outage. I know, yeah. Yeah. It's going to be a nightmare. That's what it's going to be. Steve said, Daze, no spoilers. But I did hear about the technical issues. They're going to redo missing parts of the show and record it for a US broadcast. Oh, haven't heard that. I think this part is still missing from Netflix. Wow. Well, yeah, okay. I mean, that actually means that I can't tell you what's happening because I'm not going to have visibility for it, because the version of the show I'm going to be watching is not going to have the footage that's going to get added, maybe, if that is true. So this is a challenge, right? Now this really is a challenge to try and oh god, you know what, I think the best thing to do is just not even think about it, and we'll just fumble our way through. 3 hours is so long as well, isn't it? To be like pausing and restarting and trying to get back in sync, and people saying, oh, you're a bit ahead now, and oh my god. Daze, thanks for doing this second stream, said Octavia. Hello, Octavia. Hope you're well, my friends. William, shout out to you. Hello, hello, hello. Hannah said we need some more Legado on the show. A. Jobson said there's footage on X of Randy yeeting with the crowd during the downtime. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of that. I mean, to be honest, I've seen just a few little clips, few little bits here and there. I saw Cody chatting as well. There's just a few bits that are doing the rounds that, you know, you won't see tonight. That was during that downtime. So it's going to be, as we said, interesting as to what they're actually going to present. That is what was reported. It was a camel that ate the cable, said William. Puff Dutch, shout out to you, my friends. Jersey's finest said Cena deserves to retire with the belt. It's never seen before. It makes 17 memorable, said Jersey's finest. Porky Pig said use the illegal websites to watch. I can't use any legal means, because legal means mean you have to sort of like sign up for quite expensive services. And actually, I've even tried that in the past, and the services know that I'm using a VPN. So actually trying to watch it legally, well, it's still, I suppose, a bit illegal using a VPN, but it doesn't really work. And then trying to watch it through like Watch Wrestling and things like that, there's quite a healthy delay, and that is obviously a problem as well. So I've tried doing like IPTV and things like this, and you can't get it in sync. There's a big delay. It's just, yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare, really. So I don't know. We'll do the best that we can. I think as long as people know the challenges that we're going to be facing here, I'm sure people will understand. So, I mean, my hope is that basically the show is largely going to be the same once we maybe get past the start. If they are going to add a segment, then I won't have visibility on that. But once we're past that, I'm guessing the show is largely going to be the same. I mean, to my mind, there's only going to be about 20 minutes that we're missing. And then they're just going to show like the rest of the show that we actually saw. So, you know, once we're past that first bit, hopefully it should be plain sailing or smoother sailing. I feel bad for Bro. I'm not a Cena fan, but imagine a big 17 on the belt. That would be an insane piece. I've got a friend that take a Sharpie. We will see Zelina versus Giulia US title match. Will we still see? Yeah. I mean, again, no spoiler, but they did that match. So, yes, that did take place. So, yeah, I mean, that's not the issue. It was the opening promo that was the issue. So I'm only going to say that because people might be like, oh, does this mean we're not going to see the Wyatt 6? Or does this mean we're not going to see Giulia? Or does this mean we're not going to see Nia Jax? Because I know there's a lot of Nia Jax stands out there. But no, all of that we still got. It was the disruption was during the opening promo. You know, like when you open the show, the first, you know, act comes out. And they normally go in the ring and, you know, do a bit of a hello. On Raw, it's like, welcome to Monday Night Raw. And, you know, they go into a promo. It was literally about 7 minutes into the show that we, you know, lost the feed. And so then we had about half an hour, maybe a touch less. But it was around about that. It was honestly a good chunk of time where we just had a graphic. When we go to commercial break, we have this video that plays, and it just says, like, we'll be back shortly. It was literally that was just playing on loop for half an hour. So, yeah, it was eventful. Let's word it that way. Puff Dutch said, I used to be a figure guy when I was a kid. I had them all during like Attitude Era and Ruthless Aggression. Now I'm getting into signatures, like things I can display easily. Yeah, do you know, I kind of went on that journey as well. I used to collect figures, as people know, but I don't know. I mean, for me, during the pandemic, I sort of fell out of that. Because it's really expensive. And the amount of figures that get released is, to be honest, overwhelming. I mean, it's hard to keep up with everything. And I know that there's people like, say, Grim, and there's like other content creators that have got a deal with Ringside, where they'll just get sent the figures for free. They just have to promote Ringside. I've never had any kind of an agreement like that, so I've always been buying the figures, and mate, it's expensive. It's so expensive, and once you kind of fall out of the loop and you fall behind, it's really hard to catch back up. It's really hard to catch back up. So I kind of fell out of it just during the pandemic. But, you know, I've still got that collector in me. I've still got that kind of person that wants to collect wrestling merchandise. So during the pandemic, I actually started getting more into signatures as well. And I've kind of shown off a few times, like some of the autographs that I've managed to get. And yeah, I think some of them might have gone up in value as well. I think I probably got into autographs at the right time where, you know, I could pick them up relatively cheap. And now, like in the years that have followed, I think more and more people have kind of gravitated towards autographs. So, you know, I managed to get like a Cody and Dusty card that was signed. And it was a couple of hundreds. But it was, you know, well worth picking up because I think that's more than doubled in value now. So, it's a good investment as well, to be honest. If you can get some good pieces, it's not a bad little investment, because I think they'll always be in demand. I think that they'll always be, if you pick up the right stuff, of course, the whole rookie cards and that sort of stuff. I'd imagine Gunther, signed Gunther cards are probably going for quite a bit now, compared to how much they would have cost you, because obviously now signed Volta cards probably going for a bit more now, because he's not going to sign that anymore, is he? So if you've got signed Volta, then you've probably seen an increase in that. And so there's a few things like that, or a rookie card, or someone's first signed card, or someone that was with WWE that's not anymore, that's been released, so probably won't get any more signed cards out of them. Sadly, things like Bray, who's no longer with us, there's obviously a demand for getting Bray merch, so things like that would go up in value. So, and it's not just about going up in value, but sometimes you don't want to think that you're just throwing your money away as well. You can spend your money on so many things that if you are spending it on something that you love, which is wrestling related, and then it also just turns out that these things are at least holding and staying where their value, and some things even rising, that's obviously great, isn't it? That's great. So that when it's if you need to sell, or it's time to sell, that you can maybe at least get your money back from it. So yeah, I think signatures are a good thing, good way forward. Obviously, it's no financial advice. I'm not saying put your money into autographs, but I'm just saying that yeah, there's definitely money to be made there if you wanted to do that. It's definitely something that you can see has risen in recent years. Hannah said, Daze, bold opinion, but I think the best Seth version was when he was the Messiah. He had the ability to brainwash Theory and Murphy to do his bidding, and his iconic theme spoke almost godlike levels. Thoughts? Not for me, personally. I was never a fan of the Messiah role, but if that's what you enjoyed, then brilliant. I mean, opinions make the world go round. So yeah, I think with Seth, Monday Night Rollins for me was incredible, and that really gave him something to really show off and shout about. I mean, he was really the star of the show at that time. Monday Night Rollins was him each week wanting to steal the show, and the quality of matches that he was having on a regular basis at that time, to be honest, you just don't see that from him these days. I mean, I think that was him at his prime. I think that was him at his peak. I think in-ring wise, that was as good as he has ever been, and maybe ever will be. Monday Night Rollins was so fun, and just, it reminded me a lot of John Cena's US title run, because John Cena's US title run, he did the US Open, and he just wanted to face wrestlers and put on great matches. And so if you ever look at the John Cena US title run and the matches that he was having on a regular basis, they were so good. They were so good. He'd taken on people like Cesaro, Sami Zayn and whatnot, and it was just, each match was just a banger. It was just so much fun. And I'd say the Monday Night Rollins was exactly that. No title involved, but he would just call someone out, have a match, and it would be a banger. So for me, that was such a fun period for him. And actually, before that, I thought Architects was really good. When he's kind of breaking away from the Shields and he's the champion, and he's got J&J Security with him, and he's exploring being a heel, and he's got some backup, and he's got the Authority, and you got Roman after him and Dean Ambrose after him, and he's kind of the face of the company at that time, and he's really trying to establish himself as the top heel. That was really fun as well. Messiah, I just felt that he was a little lost. I mean, I know he does have Theory and Buddy Murphy for a time, but I don't know. I just sort of felt like he was a bit directionless. He was a bit lost. I remember him doing his feud with Ray, with the eye being poked out, and I mean that was just wacky. It was just crazy. I mean, like, everyone was wondering how that match was going to go, and of course it was like a weird ping pong ball that had been sort of like coloured to look like an eye, and like you had Ray holding it just a little bit out from his eye because Seth had popped it out. I mean, that was bonkers to look back on that, wasn't it? Absolutely bonkers. So yeah, I sort of felt like the Monday Night Messiah just sort of felt a little, I don't know, like the disciple thing didn't massively work for him. Obviously, Theory wasn't in that role very long. I think Murphy was in it longer. And then, of course, when he moves, as part of the draft goes to Friday, he can't be Monday Night Messiah anymore. So that's when he has to kind of evolve and change again. I think that might be when he became like visionary, when he moved over to SmackDown, because he couldn't be the Monday Night Messiah. So, yeah, I mean, look, it's a chapter in his career. If it's your favourite, then cool. I think for me, I'd probably go back a bit further than that and look at Monday Night Rollins or Architect. I think the visionary stuff just got really tedious. I think what we're doing now, this new phase for him with this group, is obviously potential. We can do some stuff here, but that group needs work, man. That group needs work, because I just think Heyman feels character-wise very lost. Heyman, you know, there's word on the street that he's going to be known as the Oracle. They've just done a trademark for the Oracle, and people are wondering if that's going to be Seth's new name or if it's going to be Heyman's new name, but it feels like that's going to be connected with that group. So, yeah, I don't know. Are we going into the Oracle era for Seth? Or is that Heyman's new name? Either way, it feels like that group probably is where that name is going. And, yeah, I don't know. That group, there's not much fun to them. I sort of feel like we could do with another addition that's, you know, someone that's going to bring a bit of comedy, a bit of humour. Wouldn't mind there being like a Grayson in that group, or, you know, maybe Ethan might be able to provide a bit of that. Him being put into situations that he doesn't want to be put into. Having like Bron Breakker like, good luck, buds. Patting him as Ethan's like, what? As they put him in some sort of match that he really doesn't want to be put into. And, you know, you could get some humour out of that. So yeah, I feel like Heyman, he was like a wise man. He just seems a little lost at the moment. Like, what does he do? He doesn't really speak for Seth. He doesn't really worship Seth. He's got a healthy respect for Seth. But, I don't know, all he does really is come down to the ring and hold that briefcase and look worried. So with you know, when he was with Brock, he had a real significant role. He would do all of his talking, and he would be, you know, the advocate. And then, of course, when he was with Roman, he would just worship him, and, you know, he would just carry the Ulafala, carry the belts. He would do a little bit of talking for Roman, and, you know, he made Roman feel really important because he worshipped him. But he doesn't really worship Seth. I suppose he definitely helps make Seth feel a bit more important. Just, you know, Heyman being around helps. But, I don't know, I feel like we could do more with Heyman in this group. Like, I know that a lot of people are saying that he's going to basically be around Braun, be around Bronson, and when they are ready to sort of break away from this group, Heyman's going to be there, and he'll be, you know, basically there for them. At the moment, he's just sort of in the group because the group needs him to be in the group. But, I don't know, I wish we could flesh that out a little bit more. I sort of feel like there's potential, yeah? There's money on the table. We can definitely do some stuff with this group. I think people are still on boards. I don't know that people have kind of jumped off the hype train yet. I think people are still on board with it. But equally, I think, if we're being honest, it's not hitting the same as Bloodline. If this is meant to be the next big kind of group, if this is meant to be the next big thing that WWE really builds their shows around, it doesn't feel quite right at the moment. So I like Braun and Bronson. I think they're good additions to the group. Obviously, Heyman's amazing. Seth as a leader, absolutely fine. I mean, you've got a lot of the right pieces, but something's missing. I don't know if it's a missing piece. I don't know if it is that sort of comedy type character, that person that can just bring a bit of humor. I don't know if they're maybe not giving enough show over to the group. I don't know if it's just we're not getting enough backstage segments. Like, what's Bronson trying to achieve? How does Bronson feel about Heyman? How does Heyman feel about Bronson? How does Braun feel about Bronson? How does Bronson feel about Braun? What's Seth's motivations at the moment? What's he trying to do? We know he's got Money in the Bank. He's trying to win the championship, but I don't know. What's his vision for Braun and Bronson? Are they going to be a tag team? Does he want them to go after tag golds? Could it be that they do that? Is that what he's trying to achieve for them? Like, I feel like with Bloodline, we would dig into that backstage, and we haven't really done any of that when it comes to this new group. So, yeah, I'm optimistic as to where the group's going to be ending up, but I'd say just a little bit of work to be done at the moment. Second Smackdown in a few hours. Nice, says Con. I'd love to witness the ending once again, but I'm going to go to sleep. Have a nice second Smackdown. Shout out to you, buds. Sweet dreams. Omos is a monster, said William, and such a great dude. Love to see him in the ring, but that takes him from the amazing charity work that he's been championing. Kids love him. Same as Alexa Bliss. Right now, Braun and Bronson feel like bodyguards. We do need to do something about that, said Dr. Luchalala. Yes, I agree. They do feel like bodyguards. They do feel like they're just sort of backup for Seth. They just sort of stand there and don't say a great deal. So fleshing them out, their characters out, would be brilliant if we could do that. Glenn said, who was that guy that wrestled Randy at WrestleMania? I forgot his name. He was interesting. I think he has got a future in WWE. Has he been back? Yes, I saw someone answer that, actually. The LA Joey letting Glenn know that was Joe Hendry. Yeah, Joe's currently signed with TNA. So he was the TNA champion. He lost that title to Trick Williams fairly recently, who's a NXT talent. I think WWE are going to keep looking and trying to find ways to use Joe. I don't know how they're going to use him. I certainly don't think it'll be main roster. I think the opportunities on the main roster are fairly limited for a TNA talent, right? I think he'll get used at the NXT level at the moment. They've used him in the Rumble. There was an opportunity due to Kevin Owens' injury to use him at WrestleMania. They took both of those opportunities to get Joe on the show. And, there might be another opportunity on the main roster at some point this year. But by and large, the vast majority of his appearances will be more at the NXT level. Once his contract expires with TNA, I'm sure WWE will jump at the chance of signing him. And, he's very popular, very over. There's no sign of that slowing down or anything along those lines. So I agree. I think you'll see plenty more of Joe Hendry in WWE. Joe, shout out to you. Bailey is in San Jose at the NHL entry draft. Clearly, she isn't in Saudi, says Joe. Joe, shout out to you. I did see that, actually. I saw that she had been announced that she was going to be doing... I think she's, doing announcing, isn't she? I think not only is she there, I think she might even be announcing some of the picks. Like, she might be one of the celebrities that's going to announce some of the picks. So, yeah, it looks like she's not travelled over. I don't know. Was we expecting her to be there? I don't think I was expecting her to be there. I'm trying to think if there is anything that I'm missing as to why she would need to be there. She's not on the match card, is she, for tomorrow? So, and actually Raw, I believe, is it Pittsburgh? So, Raw's not in Saudi on Monday. It's back in America. So, yeah, no, I think, I don't think I was expecting her to be there. I can't think of why she would be there. But, yeah, not everyone has travelled over, so. Joe, shout out to you, buds. Yeah. Good knowledge. She is in San Jose, or wherever the draft is. I'm not sure wherever that draft is. Steve said, what do we think will be next for Carrion? Do we think it's going to be a good sign, or is it an omen or something else? It reminds me of Truth getting to face Cena on Saturday night's main event and then being released. Oh, that's really interesting. That's really interesting, isn't it? So a lot of people have took the fact that Carrion is having a match at a PLE as like a really positive sign, and I don't disagree with that. It's obviously better to be used than not be used. But I think your R-Truth example is an interesting example, because it is true he was also used in a very high-profile feud, in a high-profile match, and then released. So I think that's interesting. I think the only thing I would say is R-Truth spent a lot of his time with WWE, and I think they wanted to give him his moment with John, and so they did that, and I think they then obviously, released him, because I think the plans were there to release him. I don't know if they need to do a match for Carrion. I don't know that they owe Carrion anything. Carrion is someone that's been with them for a good few years and has not had the opportunity that he should have had. But I think there's a big difference in what R-Truth has contributed to WWE compared to what Carrion has contributed. Carrion, as we said, only got brought back like a few years ago by Triple H. When Triple H took over, Carrion was kind of one of those surprises. I think, if I remember right, there was news that Carrion had re-signed with WWE, and we were like talking about it before a SmackDown, and then literally on that SmackDown, Carrion showed up. And that happened a few times, actually, where news would break. Oh my God, breaking news. Braun Strowman has re-signed with WWE. We'd talk about it because the news was everywhere. And then literally that same night, that person would show up on the show. So Carrion signed a few years ago, and I don't know that WWE necessarily feel like they would owe him something if he was about to be released. Whereas with R-Truth, I think because of his services, because of how long he'd been with the company, because of how much people loved him backstage, and ultimately I think that played a huge part in him coming back. I know the fans are the ones that kind of pat themselves on the back, and they should, because, they definitely made their voices heard on wanting him to stay. But from what I've read, it was backstage and the reaction of the roster and the anger and upset from the roster that also played a massive, massive part in R-Truth being reinstated. And so, it's one of those where I don't know, it's a really interesting one. I don't know that they're in quite the same boat. So I would say I'm a bit more optimistic that Carrion being used is a better sign than when R-Truth was used against John Cena. I think Carrion cut a promo earlier, which was really fun, really good, on that kickoff show. And, it's one of those where there's nothing I could say to Carrion apart from, you're just really unlucky. You was in WWE waiting for your number to be called, and they just never got round to calling it. That's how it seems to me. I mean, I don't think he's got bad matches. I don't think that he is a bad promo. I don't think he's got a bad look. He's obviously with Scarlett. Him and Scarlett look amazing. I did hear a rumor earlier, and it is nothing more than a rumor. I certainly don't know that there is any truth to it whatsoever. But someone said that they had heard that he was struggling and not in the good graces because he kept refusing to put other people over. And I have no idea where that's come from. That's one of those things that you could easily find out and has turned out to be a load of nonsense. So I certainly don't put any stock into that. I think, to be honest, that might be someone just sort of making up something, because it's so hard to explain why they don't use him. It's so hard to explain why Carrion does not get more opportunity, that actually a reason like that at least would be an answer. A reason like that would at least make you go, okay, well, okay, I can at least understand why WWE have got a problem now with booking him and using him. He doesn't like to put other people over, or he refuses to do certain jobs, or whatever it might be. But again, that is also one of those that I could imagine Carrion shooting down, saying like, how dare people say that about me, make up these lies. I've never once refused to put someone over, so I don't put any stock into that rumor. I just saw, I just got tagged in some earlier, but it was not from like a source. It wasn't like Sean Ross Sapp was saying it or something like that. It was just something that was doing the rounds, you know. So yeah, I obviously hope that's not true. I hope that he's not been problematic or burnt any bridges or anything like that. I think honestly it's just people trying to figure out and get their heads around how a WWE not doing more with this guy. So I'm going to take the fact that he's on the show tomorrow having a match with Sami Zayn. I'm going to take that as a positive step in the right direction and hope that only good things come out of it, because I really like Carrion at the moment. I mean, I've got no reason to not like him. So I really like Carrion. And I said earlier during the kickoff show, because we did not only the SmackDown stream earlier, but we watched the kickoff show. And if you didn't see the kickoff show, mate, I'm not even making this up. CM Punk came out to booze, and this guy in the crowd said to him, apologize for the tweet that you sent about Saudi Arabia. And CM Punk actually said, this guy here wants me to apologize for what I said about Saudi. And there was a big cheer, because obviously people know that CM Punk put a tweet out about Saudi Arabia years ago. It was a message to The Miz, where he basically said, enjoy your Saudi blood money, or something to that effect, right? Like really putting down the fact that Miz had to go to Saudi Arabia. And it was a little back and forth between him and The Miz. And he was like, look, what's your name, sir? And it was like Mohammed. And he's like, Mohammed, I am really sorry. And he legitimately apologized. And he said, I'm sorry to you. I'm sorry to everyone in Saudi Arabia. He said, look, we all make mistakes. I woke up in a bad mood that day and didn't choose my words correctly. And you lot have really welcomed me with open arms here. And, you know, I want to take this opportunity to apologize. And it was a legitimate, like, I was listening, wondering if he was going to say a little something where he was going to twist it. And it was going to be like, you think he's about to apologize, and then he, you know, I don't know you or anyone in the party. It's a good job he didn't, actually, because he might have sparked a riot or something like that if he like refused to apologize or something. Like, I don't know. Part of me wondered if the guy was planted, because it's, I don't know, perhaps the guy wasn't. I mean, it was kind of clearly something that was playing on people's minds, because when Cena got mentioned, there was cheers. Few boos, but more cheers. When Punk got mentioned, loud boos. And when Punk came out, he had a smile on his face. But, I mean, star power is very impressive to watch, because they were booing him. He comes out, and he's obviously one of the biggest stars in WWE history. And people couldn't help but, like, cheer him and be excited to see him. So the same people that had been booing him are, like, freaking out when he comes out and he's, like, going down and touching their hands and posing for pictures and whatever. And so it was like, I said at the time, like, WWE fans can get called fickle sometimes. And I think that's quite unfair because, well, I don't consider myself to be a fickle fan. I don't consider that I necessarily change my mind on stuff all the time and stuff like that. Like, I know what I like, I know what I don't like. I think I'm pretty consistent with that. If someone does something I don't like in AEW, doesn't make any difference. If they then do it in WWE, I'm still going to not like it. Yeah. And I think I'm pretty consistent with those things. But looking at those fans booing CM Punk, and it was it was all of them. I mean, I didn't really hear any cheers. To then a few minutes later, where Punk comes out and he's posing for pictures and people are chanting his name, you kind of go, "What? What's this about? What's this about?" It's star power, isn't it? I can only put it down to that. I can only put it down to the fact that it's easy to sit here and boo someone and be down on someone. But then if they're standing right in front of you, like, I suppose it's just natural to go, "Oh my God, I really love you. You're so good. Could I get a picture?" But that one guy did not change his mind. And he was kind of going off on Punk. And that's why Punk said, "This guy down here wants me to apologize." And he did. I mean, he legitimately did. I have not seen how that has been received by fans, I don't know. I don't know how that's been received. I don't know how that has landed, because there's plenty of people out there that do not like Saudi Arabia, do not like their human rights records, do not think we should be going there, agreed with CM Punk being down on that kind of, on that, I don't want to say on that country, but on that agreement, that arrangement that WWE has got with going to Saudi. And there was a lot of people that, had no problem with Punk saying what he said. He is someone that doesn't toe the company line, So for him to now completely backtrack on that, I don't know, is that like him abandoning his true self, his true beliefs? Are his true beliefs different to what he's saying now? I don't know. I could understand people feeling like this isn't the Punk I know. This is like Mr. Corporate. This is Mr. TKO. This is Mr. playing nice with the corporation, That's not Punk. That's not the voice of the voiceless. But equally, there are real fans in Saudi Arabia. One thing I will say is the crowd tonight is really good. I think the crowd tonight are really vocal. Do you remember when we first went to Saudi and there was all these rich people sitting around the ringside area and they were just on their phones and they did not give a damn about the wrestling? They were just there because they were rich and they had front row and it just felt dirty. All the real fans were pushed more towards the back, and like all these rich people that just didn't care about wrestling, kids didn't care about wrestling, weren't even really paying attention. It's just, I'm at the wrestling. That's kind of what the early shows looked like. And, it's not that now. Now you've got real fans around the ringside area. You've got real fans going to the kickoff show. They're vocal, they're loud, they know who they like, they know who they hate. They bring their signs, they wear the merch, and they're loud, they're passionate. I mean, lots of noise tonight, lots of chanting, lots of energy. Can't say that the Saudi crowd is a dead crowd. It's really not. It's really they were really good. I mean, you'll hopefully see that for yourself. So it's difficult because I think there are real, genuine fans in Saudi Arabia and the surrounding areas that go to Saudi to see the WWE product. And I can understand them being miffed. I could understand them being like, don't blame me for what my government does or how you feel about my government. Like, I'm a huge WWE fan. I just want to see the product. I just want to see my favorites. I just want to go with my kids and my friends. And I think, like, you know, there are real, genuine, passionate WWE fans that are there. So it's a difficult one, really, honestly, because, like, I get the argument for not going, and I get why people don't like it, and I get, like, the money that's involved and how without that money we probably would not be going there. I get all of that. But then equally you watch the show and you see, like, real fans in the stands and you go, it's not their fault, kind of what's going on. So, you know, is it right that we sort of don't go and we take it out on them missing out and whatever? Like, I don't know. It's just difficult. It's really difficult. So, I don't know. Punk's obviously had to sort of weigh that up. He didn't have to apologise, but he does. And I genuinely think that's one of the biggest things that happens today. It's not on the show. It was at the kickoff show. But people always ask, like, why do you even bother watching the kickoff show? Nothing ever happens. And it's like, there's a prime example of what I think is one of the biggest stories of the day happening on the kickoff show. And that just, it proves and shows why we do the kickoff shows. And, you know, 9 times out of 10, you'll watch it, you won't get anything from it. 9 times out of 10, you'll watch the kickoff show and you'll be like, that was a waste of time. But you'll just get that odd occasion where it's like, oh, I'm so glad I saw that. I'm so glad I saw that. And then, like, you sort of weigh it up in your mind about how you feel about it. And honestly, I can totally understand if people feel cheated. They feel like they've been betrayed by Punk and he's not being honest and, you know, he's a sellout. Like, it would be hard to push back against that now if people had that opinion. Or if you've got the opinion of, listen, you know, he spoke out of term, he's said sorry for it, he loves being in WWE, he loves going to new places, fans are still fans, you know, if they're in Saudi, if they're in Japan, if they're in Mexico. If you're a real WWE fan, then, yeah, you know, as long as you're a good person, I hope you get to see them. I don't care if you're in Africa, India, Australia, Mexico, Brazil. Like, if you're a WWE fan and, you know, you're a good person, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily want to be traveling to flipping Indonesia to, you know, because there's like a murderer that loves WWE. You know, I'm not desperate to, you know, make them happy, but you know, you see a lot of families and everything in the crowd. You see a lot of kids, and it's like, can't help but feel, you know, pleased that they're getting an opportunity to watch WWE live, because we know how special it is to see WWE live. So lots of thoughts wrapped up there. It's not in a very neat package. I don't really have a neat opinion on the whole Saudi thing, to be honest. It's an ever-changing, very political, very difficult topic, but that's why CM Punk apologising is so noteworthy, I thought. David, shout out to you. David said the earlier live situation is supposed to be mentioned, but the show is supposed to air situation free. I wonder if what they'll do is they might run the show as it was, but when we actually get the moment where we cut away and we get the half hour, they'll just cut the half hour out. I wonder if they'll do that. I wonder if they'll show the opening promo bit, and then as soon as we actually go to that half hour bit, they'll just take the half hour out, and the first thing you see when we go back is Michael Cole. We go to the commentators. Michael and Wade Barrett are like, right, I believe we're back now. Apologies, we've just had some technical issues. So Michael actually says that, like, to camera, and then we go, I believe, backstage once he's made a little quick statement. It's nothing long that Michael says. It's just a few sentences about how there was a technical issue and it's all resolved now, so welcome back, or something like that. I think he says, I feel sorry for you that one of the first things you've seen since when you've come back is this face. And he kind of points over to Wade Barrett. And Wade's like, what? So it was just like that, really. So I wonder if they're just going to keep all of that sort of stuff in. and just literally chop the half hour where we're watching a graphic, chop that bit. I wonder if they're going to do that. Some people wondered if they would just cut that whole thing out and we'd just start with the backstage segment. That was another thing people were wondering, maybe, because I think we go backstage to Solo. Solo's backstage with JC. And some people are thinking maybe we just cut the whole intro out and we just basically the show, welcome to SmackDown, and the first thing you see is Solo and JC backstage. We just basically take the show from there. So, don't know. Again, it's going to be quite interesting to see how they present this. And we're only, 10 minutes away now from finding out. It's going to be a nightmare. You are going to have to tell me what you're seeing so that I know where I need to get to with my Netflix coverage. So when we start, you'll have to let me know what you're seeing. Yeah, it's going to be weird. It's going to be messy. This first bit of this stream is going to be messy. But once we get past this first bit, I'm thinking pretty much then there's no more like outages or anything. Once we're back from that 30 minutes, the rest of it is pretty much standard, isn't it? The rest of it is pretty much normal. So yeah, once we're back, then it should be plain sailing. Mohammed said, Daze, I watched SmackDown at 10 p.m. here in Pakistan. Need spoilers? I've seen it, but I watched it earlier. We're actually trying to avoid spoilers. But Mohammed said, I thought it was an average show. WWE put on good matches for Saudi, says Mohammed. Mohammed, shout out to you. I'm being very careful because there's plenty of people that are joining us that have obviously avoided spoilers throughout the day. So not after spoilers. Just want, people that have been at work in America, been at school in America and Canada to just enjoy the show that we're about to get. Spoiler free. I know what it's like. I've been there many, many times where you spend your whole day trying to avoid spoilers so that you don't see any results. And you finally get to sit down and watch it. And, imagine now with 8 minutes to go, it's ruined. I mean, to be honest, I would really, really understand if people just stayed away from the stream. Do you know what I mean? I would totally understand. If there was people that were like, I'm not going to run the risk. Because to be honest, I think I would do that. If I'd been at work all day, avoiding spoilers, and I come back and I just want to watch the show, I probably wouldn't run the risk of going on to a watch along like this, where anyone can type anything in the chat, I don't think I'd want to run that risk. So, I can... this stream will just do whatever it does, honestly. I don't even care. I feel like the stream that we did today was the one that was earlier. This one is just providing the community for those in America, Canada that, enjoy hanging with us and want somewhere to hang. So we're just kind of providing that. But, it's a bumpy start. Hannah said, Daze, I'm sad that WWE didn't have Cena go through the Lightning McQueen story in Cars 3, where the old car gets upstaged by young cars and goes through a journey to win the last race despite age. Well, my Cars knowledge is very limited. I think I may have seen the first film because of my brother, who's, always been into cars, and I think probably was around the right age when that came out, but I have not seen Cars. I didn't even know there was a Cars 3. I think I knew there was a Cars 2, but I've never seen it. I certainly don't know if there's Cars 3. Maybe there's a Cars 4. I have no idea. So, I mean, look, there's other things we could have done with John than do this heel run. It's going to be interesting to see how this is looked back on, honestly. When it comes to the John Cena heel run, it's going to be interesting to see if people think it was the right move or not. I think people are split on that at the moment. I think people are split on it. I think you could probably do a poll, and I think it was the right thing to do I'm thinking would probably come out on top, but I don't think it would be a very wide margin. I see enough people online like being sort of down on it, but there's certainly segments that are helping the perception of it. There's certainly some moments, like the pipe bomb moment that he did was well received. I think, no spoilers, tonight's segment, for those that don't know, is going to be well received. Like, you know, I think that there's some stuff in this show that I think you're going to really enjoy if you've not heard anything about it or seen any spoilers. I think there's some stuff in this show that's really fun and is you're going to like it. So, yeah, stuff like that I think is obviously helping the perception of the heel run. So perhaps it's one we just can't judge until it's like totally played out. Netforce, hello, said, what do we think about WWE adding some more guys to Seth's group? One for wrestling and maybe one for a bodyguard role. Yeah, I would definitely add at least one more. 2 more, you can do it, but that would be my absolute limit. I mean, that's where we're starting to get a bit crowded. Because if you add 2 more, then we're starting to get up to like 5. And, you know, that's me done. So you could just about do that. I think what they're missing is they're missing the comedy. I think you're really missing someone that provides humor. You're missing that Sammy character in the bloodline. I mean, you know, Bron Breakker is a powerhouse and can do some really impressive stuff. Big Bronson Reeder's got size. You know, he hits those tsunamis, looks awesome. Seth can wrestle, one of the best wrestlers in WWE. So I feel like in-ring wise, we've got power, we've got strength, we've got wrestling ability. I feel like the group ticks a lot of those boxes. We've got intensity, you know, that box is ticked. We've got experience, we've got inexperience, but I don't see the comedy. I don't see the humor. I don't see the, do you know what I mean? Like, I find that is the oil that, you know, kind of keeps things rolling. So that's what I think we need. We need someone to go in. And it could be an Ethan Page, honestly. I mean, I said earlier, I could see Ethan, like, trying to be, like, you know, Seth's second in command, thinking he's the bee's knees, but he just always gets the short end of the stick. So he's constantly being put into matches like, you know, show me how good you are. Show me how good you are. Like, tonight I've put you in a match against Karrion Kross, and Ethan's like, what? And Bron's laughing and Bronson's laughing, and they're like, good luck, bud. And Ethan's like, what? What? I could see Theory in that role as well. I could see Austin Theory in that role easily. I could see Grayson in that role, doing that sort of thing. That, to me, is maybe something that's missing from the group. Something that can just provide a bit of humour, that can just take, like, you know, a good counter to all the intensity as well. Because, you know, if you've got, like, someone bumping around because they're getting smashed by Karrion, and, of course, then you bring down the intensity of Bron Breakker, that's going to help Bron Breakker stand out a little bit more. Because all of a sudden his intensity has got something to sort of counter. The comedic side is then being countered by the intensity side. So, yeah, listen, I don't mind what we do with the group. I just hope we keep, like, investing in them so that we can actually, you know, maximize this opportunity, because we've made some big plays. Taking Heyman away from Roman, putting him with Seth, that's a big play. That's a big move. And actually having Bronson and Bron join up and creating this group and sort of making them feel like, you know, they're probably the biggest heel thing that's going. Certainly doesn't feel like Solo is the big heel thing at the moment. You got John, obviously, on SmackDown. But over on Raw, I'd say it probably is Seth's group. So, you know, we're really positioning them as like a big deal. So let's just keep investing in them. And, you know, if that means extra members, new members, let's go for it. Yeah, I'm totally down. I just don't want it to get too bloated, because, you know, people need an opportunity to talk. They need an opportunity to stand out. They need an opportunity to have matches. And if you start to have a group that's too big, those opportunities get less and less and less, don't they? Mohammed said, no spoilers. Let's just enjoy the show. Mohammed, shout out to you, but Dean said, when will they break up Theory and what? I think it might have happened, honestly. I think it might have happened. So, right, we are hopefully beginning now. So you're going to have to tell me what you can see so that we are on the same page. I should be able to have some sort of people that are putting things on X. WWE said Smackdown starts right now on USA Network. So Smackdown is beginning. What we're starting with, I don't know, because I've just got the Netflix coverage, which is basically the exact show we watched earlier with the half-an-hour disruption. Boomers TV said it's time for WWE Smackdown. Hi, Daze. Hope you're doing well. How was your trip, says Tommy D. Hello, Tommy. It was good, thank you. It was nice. Enjoyed it. Nice little breakaway. But it's also nice to be back as well, you know, getting stuck into this weekend. Right, Frat House said they're just showing everyone coming in right now. Okay, excellent. Thank you. They didn't cut out the disruption on Netflix. That's weird, says Mayor Pete. Yeah, no, it's still there. I wondered if no one had had a chance to go back and do it yet. I wondered if it's on like a to-do list. But yeah, no, at the moment it is still, you know, the opening promo, the 30-minute delay. It's still all that shiz. My US feed is frozen, so thanks for this commentary, says Craig. Shout out to you, Craig. It's gonna be bumpy at the start, buds, but we'll get somewhere. Saeed said, what are you watching it on? I'm watching the Netflix replay. So this show has already aired internationally, so I'm watching the replay on Netflix. Smackdown starting, just crowd shots right now and showing arrivals, says Steve. It's nice to have something different. Had that for years, says Colin. He looks like Jacob, said Wrestling Russ. Let him in. Shout out to you. What are you watching it on? I'm watching it on Netflix. Daze, are we going to see Roman tonight? Well, no spoilers from me, buds. No spoilers from me. Okay, so yeah, people have to let me know what it is that you've got. People said that it was just arrivals, people coming in. There's probably going to be a bit of a video package, all of that. I know that, I don't know if you've had Jade yet, and Asuka as they were arriving. The broadcast will be interrupted. People are just walking in now. Riyadh is amazing looking, said Wrestling Russ. Cody's on his way to his music. Cody's music has hits. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, I've got that. I've got Cody's music hitting, and it looks great, doesn't it, with the big Titantron. It's obviously the big stage that's all set up for tomorrow. So fans are singing away as Cody Rhodes makes his way out. Loads of camera phones out and everything. So, honestly, this is the bit that I thought they would cut. I genuinely didn't think they would show this, because this is, you know, not too far in. We're going to have interruptions. And obviously they're not going to, you know, have half an hour interruption like we had earlier. But yeah, this is a very interrupted segment. How many hours have you been streaming, said Samuel? We stepped away for a couple of hours. So I think we did about 6.5 earlier, and we'll do 4 here. So all in all today, it'll clock in at about 10.5 hours today. And then, of course, we're back tomorrow for Night of Champions. So, yeah, if you're around, come and join us. Hopefully, it'll be less disruptive. La 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 la. Cody's coming out. Don't tell me that WWE is going to make us sit through this again. Put this stage in 2K25, says Mayor Pete. Simpsons said maybe they will have Cole say summits where we cut back to. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, this bit, honestly. Once we're past this bit, then we are... I think the show will just, just run then. But I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this segment is presented. Okay, I've got commentators just saying a few words. Tribal Chief said, I'm a huge WWE fan, but I couldn't watch the same show twice in one day. I appreciate you, Daze, says your Tribal Chief. Daniel said, we've got someone in the chat that's trying to act like they don't know and they're spoiling it. Yeah, try not to put spoilers in, guys, because it's just not worth it. We all know this show has already aired. Spoilers are out there. Like, it's not... It doesn't achieve anything, does it? Plenty of people that have been at work and been at school and have spent all day trying to avoid spoilers, so... I know the mods all just deal with that, to be honest. But it'd be better if they didn't have to. Right, I've got Cody in the ring. I don't quite know where you lot are, but I've got Cody in the ring. And very vocal crowds, honestly. Really, really vocal crowds. The King of the Ring crown is in the ring. And Randy is interrupted. So Cody was about to speak. Randy Orton is coming out. And we were talking about this earlier, about how Cody keeps getting interrupted, just cannot get a word out, and how that is maybe going to lead to him snapping. But I don't know. If you think about how Triple H likes to stretch these things out, it could be a little bit of misdirection. So Randy Orton making his way down to the ring. Great reaction for Randy, of course, as you would imagine. Daze Randy is about to come out, said Sean. Thank you. Here comes Randy loud, says Lee. Randy coming out now, says Dan. Thank you, Dan. Okay, so Randy making his way down to the ring. The shirts for John Cena are purple and green, actually. There's a couple of different shirts for John on this tour. Maybe one of them is for the Smackdown and one of them is for... That would make sense, wouldn't it? One might be for the Smackdown appearance and one might be for the Night of Champions appearance. I think every appearance he makes, he's got like a shirt. You can see that sign in the background. It says, haters said cancel. Riyadh said sold out. I mean, I don't actually think that's a clever sign. I don't think it's like, it doesn't really say anything to me. It's like the haters said cancel, but you know, I think for pretty good reason. And Riyadh said sold out. And it's like, cool. It was, there wasn't really any doubt that Riyadh was, you know, gonna, well, maybe there was doubt they would sell out. I don't think they always sell out. But, I don't know. They feel like two very unconnected things on that sign to me. They're very vocal. Are there any girls in the crowd, said the Beach Kevin? Honestly, I don't know. I'd imagine there are. Very male-orientated, though. Defcon said purple and green are associated with comic book villains, said Defcon Prime. Oh, interesting. Those are the two colours that have been selected. Yeah, they're in fine voice. We were chatting away when there is... Did you watch Monday Night Raw? Are the Saudis our friends? If the fit hits the Shan, would they back us? Says Nightmare. I think honestly it would depend as to what's happening. Randy Orton says that Cody J. Uso from last week should be in like match of the year running. Randy said it was a pleasure to watch. Cody Rhodes chants. So, crowd are chanting away, and this is where now it's paused. So, we've actually got Randy kind of paused, and we've got Cody in the ring as well, sort of just standing there. And this is where now we are struggling. This is where the coverage has hit. The segment is new. It's not like earlier. They've taped it. Oh, really? It skipped ahead on USA. Okay, so what bit are you at now? Where are you? This camera angle is a little bit weird. Oh, okay. Well, I can tell you I'm watching the Netflix version. The Netflix version has just froze. Now I've got a message saying pardon the delay. So that bit where Randy says about, you know, match of the year, it's a pleasure to watch. The fans start chanting Cody Rhodes. Randy like steps forward and then freezes. And he's in that position for about a minute or so. Then we get a little message saying pardon the delay. And now we've got the half hour of this video package. I'm seeing Jey Uso, Jimmy Uso. It looks like a fan cam. The USA version looks like a documentary. They're using different fan cams to show the segments. It's like an alternative angle. The cameraman must be drunk. Oh, well, I'm really interested to see this. I'm really interested to see what they are showing you. I don't have visibility on that. Netflix is still showing the be back soon screen. Yep. We don't get the nice whatever it is you're getting right now. It looks like a camera phone, said WrestleRants. It could be, honestly. It maybe they have managed to secure some camera phone footage. It does look weird, says Rob. It says the live version had technical issues. Thank you for your patience. Netflix is still the same as earlier. It is, yes. The we'll be right back message on Netflix is... that runs for a long time. That runs for like half an hour. There was big technical problems earlier for those that are just joining us, so... they've covered for the Randy and Cody segment with this disclaimer, and they've cut to what looks like cell phone footage or battery-operated camera footage. So, yeah, I mean, I've got a little image here, thanks to Kenny for your thoughts, who's just put this screenshot up of kind of what the picture looks like. We don't have this. So you're going to have to let me know as to where we get to with this segment. I don't know what's being said or anything at the moment. This is the worst watch-along ever, by the way. The USA Network is showing the full promo with a message on screen that says the Cody and Randy segment did experience some technical issues during the live recording in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Oh. Catherine said, so we should skip forward on Netflix. Yes. It's about half an hour-ish, 20 minutes, half an hour. Skip forward. You get a message from Michael Cole basically saying, welcome back. Sorry for the technical issues. they are watching part of a promo that we just won't get a chance to see. I'm hoping, you know, someone's going to upload this whole segment online. It'd be really good to be able to watch it, obviously, at some point. Sam Roberts said, watching SmackDown shot on handhelds is kind of cool. Definitely shots from the crowds. You can even see the camera guys in front of the person records him. That's crazy. How did they get that footage? I mean, there was a lot of people that were filming on their phones. So we know there was plenty of people that had camera phones out. Why don't they use their own cameras, save it locally and upload it later? I don't know. I thought that's what they would do. I thought they would just keep on recording and it would be uninterrupted for USA. But no, I mean, to be honest, though, I heard that there was a power outage in the area. So perhaps that affected their cameras. Vikings Wolf, shout out to you, my friends. Said, thanks, Daze. As an American, I truly do love coming here. Have a great time watching wrestling with this group. Thanks for the streams, and especially after a hard day at work. So, Vikings Wolf, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate that. And, yeah, you know, this first bit is going to be very disruptive. But once we get past this, then hopefully, you know, things will settle down. So, yeah, really appreciate that. Really appreciate... I know what it's like to be at work all day, come back, you just want to relax, watch the wrestling. Totally get it. Totally get it. Cody is talking about how Randy kind of welcomed him into the company and stuff when he first got there, said Boomers for Life. My little girl said to me, Cody is overrated. I don't dislike him, I just don't get it. Jose said they couldn't use the hard cams. I'm sure that the ringside camera, I'm sure it's a ringside camera, not a fan camera. Well, very interesting. Oh, they're actually putting up the footage. WWE are putting up the footage. The Cody Randy segment, they've pulled an iPhone camera for it.
Time, same place. I made it to the finals of the King of the Ring.
Oh, that's going to be so interesting. That's going to be so interesting. So here, let me show you what... I mean, if you're in America, you're seeing it anyway. There's the message. The Cody Rhodes, Randy Orton segment experienced technical issues. So we've got a little message at the bottom. This is the sort of footage that we're dealing with. I mean, that's crazy footage, isn't it? Look at that. Look at that. So they did actually do the segment. The rumors were that they just abandoned this promo. But no, it looks like they actually did kind of commence with it and go through with it. And I wonder if at that point then we will cut to Michael Cole maybe. Sitting at ringside and like apologizing for the issues. So much for not filming at live events. It might be required now, said Steve. Any news on how the superstars felt about going out over there, said Samuel. Only that there was plenty of concern and there was plenty of people that were worried about it. I think the fact that the ceasefire and all of that stuff settled down has massively helped, of course. You know, I mean, if USA was still involved and Iran was, you know, going after US air bases and Israel and Iran were chucking missiles still at each other, I think, you know, it'd be a lot more problematic. But, you know, that kind of settled down. And I think that's probably eased a lot of people's minds. This is why we love WWE, says Freddie. Your tribal chief said, kind of like the cell phone camera segments. It feels a little bit gritty, a little bit ECW. Big Jim is on his way out to the ring now. Right. Big Jim on his way out to the ring. Let's skip forward to that then. So I think we're back, and I think we have that. Did you guys not have... did you guys not get Michael Cole saying a few words? I can't remember if we... I think we did see Big Jim coming out to the ring, so I think we've passed it now. Do they jump Jimmy and Jacob? Says my little girl. Do they jump Jimmy and Jacob? I don't know what you mean by that, but anything that's a potential spoiler, let's obviously stay away from. Okay, I've got Michael talking. Can I find Big Jim? Okay, I've got Jim coming down. But they finished the whole thing, but they cut Roxy, said Gareth. No Michael Cole. Interesting. We did get the Cole apology. Then we saw the Solo backstage bit. Right. Michael did apologize, said Sean. Okay. Okay, so where are you right now, then? Where are you right now? Wrestle Knight said, I recorded the whole thing on my phone and I've tagged you in it. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. I will obviously not watch that right now, but I will look forward to watching that. So definitely want to make sure that I'm kind of caught up with what was said. Right, we're at commercial break. Okay. James, shout out to you. You all right? Everything is now going to be the same, said Gareth. Yeah. So people are saying that we're at commercial break. Once we're back from commercial, let's see where we are. Big Jim has made his way down, apparently. Jimmy just got in the ring. Daze, Jimmy or Jimmy Free, says Wrestling Russ. Jimmy or Jimmy Free? What do you mean by that, buds? Cole talking about MetLife. Oh, I had that. Damn it. I was on that part. I was on that bit, and I clicked off it, so I don't know if I'm ahead or behind. Doesn't matter. It's okay. We're past the moody bit. James said, I'm good. I had a nice couple of hours sleep. I needed it. I needed the loo, and then I couldn't get back to sleep. Wrestling Russ said, Daze, I've got you. I'm not. I'm at Zelina. Giulia, said Zach. You've massively jumped ahead, buds. Tony said, some people just like being bads. I know what happens, but I'm not going to say anything. You're a good person, Tony. We're avoiding spoilers. It feels like a Saturday to me here, said Suzanne. In the UK, it is Saturday. But we're at the 47:35 mark. We're at the 47:35 mark. Have you found the exact point we're at? 47:30. Well, that's where JC is in the ring with Solo. Daze, hello, Love Island update. Today's episode was good. 2 people got dumped from the villa, which we knew was going to happen, but the drama was so good. This year has been so good. So was today's episode. Guys, that is your weekly Love Island update. Apparently very good episodes. We're not going to reveal who got dumped, but 2 people this week. Heartbreaking. Nathan said, I appreciate no spoilers. I've waited all day to be here. This is a historic day for the Wyatts. Wyatt 6 going after those tag titles later in the show. James said, Daze, do you know what's annoying? England under 21, Germany under 21 final, same time as Night of Champions. That is annoying. JC's coming out now. Okay, let's go. Right now, I have JC and Solo in the ring. So I've actually got, I think, Solo just in the ring pointing out at the fans. So this is going to be our opening match. And to be honest with you, I'm quite interested to see what people think about this match because I think the disruption, I mean, you can imagine us having half an hour of not seeing the promo you just saw, having half an hour not knowing what's going on. Like, you can imagine how much that disrupted the stream earlier. So it was chaos. It was carnage. And I think that massively took away from this match. So I'm not going to tell you what it scored earlier, but it'll be interesting to see how people feel about it now. They're walking down the aisle here, said my little girl. Thank you. The theme is pretty solid, not bad, said Dr. Luchalala. Gareth said the USA won't have Netflix extra bits. Netflix extra bits. Do you mean like the half an hour graphic? I wasn't expecting them to have that. I knew that they would chop that out. It's just what were they going to fill the time with? And it turns out some sort of fan cam footage. So it turns out that they kind of carried on with that promo. And it seems like that has been recorded on some sort of fan. How weird. What a weird day. What a weird day. We watch so much wrestling. This is one of the weirdest kind of moments of the year, to have half an hour of the show missing and not quite be sure as to what's going to get shown on the USA broadcast. Why is JC wearing a trash bag? Does look a bit like that, doesn't it? JC is built like a brick shiz house, as my nan would say, says Carla. He's thick. Right. I've got JC and Jimmy in the ring, and the bell has just sounded. JC grabbing Jimmy, driving Jimmy over into the corner and throwing his shoulder in. So you'll have to let me know whereabouts we are. Referee coming in, separating JC. JC going over, throwing in a right hand to Jimmy. Just absolutely clubbing him as Charles Robinson comes in and has a word with JC. Oh, lovely right hand there by Jimmy. Chop coming in by Jimmy as well. JC over against the ropes. Goes face first into the corner. Another big chop coming in there by Big Jim. You're just a few seconds behind. It's no worries. Okay. Okay. Right now, we've got... I don't want to skip... I can skip forward 10 seconds, but I don't really want to go that far forward. I'd rather be a few seconds behind than ahead, honestly. I mean, I don't know if you've got it, but there's a couple of glitches at that point. There's a couple of moments where the screen flickers. I don't think they would be able to get rid of those. So I'm thinking you probably have seen those as well. Kick coming in there by Jimmy as JC goes to the outsides. We're at commercial now. Oh my God. You're at commercial, really? At what point would you have gone to commercial? I've got Solo having a word with Jimmy, saying, like, you and me, yeah? You and me. I've paused it there. You're good, stay where you are. Glitches have not shown up. Oh, really? How? How have they cut those glitches out? There was a couple of glitches. I mean, whenever I see them, I'll let you know, so that you know at what point there was glitches. They weren't Wyatt 6. We knew at the time they weren't Wyatt 6. I mean, there was just big technical problems, so we knew that it was that. Freddie said SmackDown being recorded on an iPhone. You're not going to get this from many other major companies. Do you know what I mean? Like, that is next level, isn't it? That is next level. To, be driving up ticket prices and slapping sponsors everywhere. We're getting to the point now where the shows... They're cutting back so much on cost that we're now getting the show filmed on iPhones. Mate, WrestleMania next year is going to be wild. It's going to be wild. It's just going to be like loads of... we're just going to use literally no cameras. We're just going to use whatever the crowd can capture. That's going to be WrestleMania next year. These flipping commercials, says AB. Daze, Megan and Remmel got dumped. Oh my God, not Remmel. From the villa tonight. They were the first people to be dumped as well. But Blonde Meg and Dijon are my favorite couple. I think they're going to win. But my God, Meg is hot, says Edward. Edward, shout out to you. Shout out to you. The glitches are when we go to commercial breaks here in the US. My little girl said, Daze is reading a lot of my messages tonight for the first time, and I am digging it. Well, I don't need to worry too much about the show, do I? Because I know where these things are going and what goes down. So, obviously, I'm going to be watching and we're going to be talking about it. But I probably can afford to be in the chat a bit more than usual. Sonny said, would you like a tarot, Paul? Let's go for it, Sonny. Let's go for it. Steve said, you now get to pay WWE $20,000 to film their shows for them. Yeah, it's a new you're right. It's a new perk. So ticket prices just go up again because there's a new cameraman bracket now. So it's a brand new experience. You know, like how you can be the timekeeper. Didn't they do that with Green Shirt Guy? At WrestleMania, he got to actually like be in the timekeeper's area. You know, get closer to the action. Now you can pay to work for them. You can now get the new cameraman ticket, which puts you right in the front row. And it means that you can actually record the show. The only downside is they will use that footage because that is now actually, you know, they're gonna have you live streaming and they're just gonna cut to different camera. I wonder if that would be possible. I wonder if there's a way of having all of those camera phones feed into somewhere and then just like cut from them. I wonder if you could. I'm sure you probably could. I'm sure there must be a way of doing that. Daze, how about Cena, Cody at SummerSlam with Rock returning? Cody, Cena doing a double turn. That'd be really interesting, wouldn't it? The old double turn. Don't see that very often. Right, where are we, kids? Are we still at commercial break? I know a few minutes ago people were complaining about commercial. Steve said it would be possible if they had something to send the camera feeds into. Well, let's not give them ideas, shall we? Let's try and not give them ideas. Because if they think they can save on cameramen and cameras, they'll probably do it. We're back from commercial, right? So where are we now then? What is it that you are seeing? I have got Solo talking with Jimmy. Oh, goddamn. Okay, I've got Jimmy on the outside. Literally seconds after he talks to Jimmy, the screen fades to black. So, of course, that's where you went to commercial. So, right now, I've got JC on the outside with Jimmy, throwing in a big blow. JC throwing in a headbutt as Jimmy gets back into the ring. Of course, there's no screens on the ring posts or the ring side area or the barricade. They don't fly those over. So we haven't got any of that technology. Lovely throw there by JC. Restani said, Daze, I think the way WWE could get around Saudi WrestleMania would be like WrestleMania 2, where they do different venues. Maybe they could do London as well. I mean, that was not a success, was it? They've never done it again. And to be honest, you're only going to see part of the show, aren't you? So, you know, would that even really count? I mean, it would, because you'd have like half of the show or a third of the show coming from London, but nah, I wouldn't do that. It just didn't work for WrestleMania 2. People got to watch full matches, and then I think I don't even know what they did to watch. They must have been on screens to watch because it was New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago, I believe. Slap coming in there by Jimmy. Stop giving them ideas, Wrestle with Andy. Because you know that they'll be like, oh, that's interesting. I might end up doing it. Just give London the full thing. Right now, JC grabbing Jimmy. Daze, Saudi brought the World Cup. Bringing WrestleMania would be a walk in the park. I mean, it would if the money is right. WWE, I think, have really been resisting. We spoke about why the other day on one of the streams. why WWE would be so reluctant to give Saudi WrestleMania. And it had nothing to do with technical issues, but you could probably add that in now. Big boots. No, Cena will get on the hard rail, blow a kiss through the crowd. CM Punk will sit at the end of the walkway like Cena did at Mania to have that moment, said Austin. JC has got the win. Oh, God. I'm well out of sync. Okay, I've skipped forward a little bit. I've got JC getting the win. I've got Solo going over to Jimmy. And he's trying to recruit Jimmy. Let's get the match scores, shall we? See what people thought about the match. You and me. Are you ready to come back? Puts his arms outstretched. It's denied. JC attacks. Solo beaten up, and Jacob making his way out. Jacob running down. Bang, straight in. Throwing in some shots there on JC. Picks up JC. Oh, Samoan drop by Jacob. Jacob stares over at Solo. Solo stares back. Looks to charge over to Solo as Solo rolls out the ring. Jacob to the rescue, said Vikings. Well, thank you. Solo out the ring, said let him in. Higgy said, Daze, what did they do different for when we had the blackout? So they obviously cut the 30 minutes out. And they had like what looked to be fan footage or, I don't know, some sort of weird camera phone or some sort of handy cam or some sort of footage where they just carried on the promo that we never saw. Finished that off, and then, you know, that they kind of ended that segment. I believe Michael apologized, and then we've gone into this match. We know that we overran earlier by 8 minutes as well. Super kick there by Jimmy. Down goes Solo to the outsides. So Jimmy has made his feelings well known here that he is not interested in working with Solo. It's actually not that long a match, is it really, all things considered? It was really hard to get into it earlier because of what had gone down. They released some of the footage with YouTube Shorts. Well, I'll have to catch up with all of that. I'm just gonna. It's not the longest segment, is it? So I'll catch up with it. Okay, we're backstage with all the tag teams. Sonny said, Daze, your card is the Sun Upright. It signifies success, happiness, vitality. The card suggests that your positive energy will attract others and you'll spread happiness and warmth. I mean, doesn't that just sum me up perfectly? I mean, literally, the gods are telling us. Sonny's done so many of these for me, and every time it just makes me seem like I'm amazing. I've yet to have a bad one. It's coming. It's definitely coming. Tommaso said, we're the only ones that care about this division because, sir, you do not. He says that to Nick Aldis. So we've got all the tag teams arguing. Los Garza have got their AAA tag titles that they won the other week. Okay, here is Andrade. How did you like to find a tag partner and take on DIY? Tommaso is livid. It is pretty crazy, isn't it, that like Tommaso says to Nick Aldis, you don't care about this tag division. So Nick Aldis is like, okay, let me show you how much I care. And he grabs a single star and says, find a partner. Nothing says I care about the tag division quite like grabbing some random single star and telling them to find a random partner because they're going to have a tag match. Like, that proves that you care about the tag division. We did not get time earlier to make that observation, but we've made it now. Here's Giulia. Giulia video package just ended. Oh my god, I'm so far behind. Okay, now I've skipped forward a little bit, and I've got Zelina. So, Giulia, Zelina, that match for the United States Championship. Just like you are going to use me to establish your dominance, I am going to use you. Zelina, Giulia, coming up now, right now. With Zelina's mid-music. There's Zelina coming out in her snake attire, which I just don't think that's it. I wonder if it was not quite what she had planned, or if it was what she had planned. I'm not sure. Did she get it and was happy with it, or was she like, oh. I think the tail part at the back looks quite good, but you never really see it. It's such a shame, really, isn't it, that like she's gone to that effort and it doesn't really get like shown off properly. Like, you'd think they'd have a camera behind so that you could see that tail as she sort of makes her way down. Like, they could have done a much better job of presenting that. Right, Zelina versus Giulia. This match coming up next. Zelina botching like crazy on Saturday night's main events, says Rich. Jurassic Park promo. Is she doing some cosplay again? A lot of things could be better, says Tony. That is true, actually. That is true. Catherine said, I'm so confused. I've got Zelina coming out with a massive hat and a turd tail. Yes. Commercial break, said Vikings Wolf. Right. Make sure that you're keeping spoilers out of the chat, guys. No spoilers. Daniel said, wasn't this live hours ago, Boomer Daze? It was, but we don't count that show because it was such a disaster from a technical point of view that we're just acting like it's live now. They're showing a Jurassic Park commercial in the US right after the entrance gear was a tie-in. Was it? It was a tie-in, a snake to Jurassic Park. Where are we, by the way? Has Giulia made her way out? I don't know if we're flipping going to... I don't know where we are. Josh said, let's go, Giulia. Giulia... Oh my god. Guys, do not put spoilers in the chat. How hard is it? How difficult is it? I mean, honestly, if you're going to do it, I'm just going to give mods the permission to block. Not time out, but actively block. Because if you're gonna do it after I've said don't do it, I mean, you can't really get much more disrespectful than that, can you? So let's look after our friends in America and Canada that have not seen this show. No spoilers. Giulia making her way down. The Wyatts there. The Wyatts are on the show tonight, yes. Twisty said her outfit definitely wasn't related to Jurassic Park. People just run with these days with is quite funny, said Twisty. Shows how bad it was. You all thought it was a snake, but it was supposed to be a dinosaur, said Rich. Okay, I've got Giulia in the ring. That whole country sucks for crowds. What, this crowd? This is good crowds. They're really vocal. They did used to be problematic. We used to have lots of rich people in the front rows, like just on their phones, whatever. But we don't do that anymore. We're at commercial. How long was the technical issue, said K-pop? It was about half an hour. About half an hour of no Smackdown earlier. So we had the Cody Randy bit. It pauses kind of mid-promo. And then there's half an hour of just a video, like, we'll be back soon. And then when we went back, it was Michael Cole and Wade that were at the commentary table, and they, like, apologise. Apparently in America, you still had that, the apology, the message. So, you know, I don't believe there's anything that we got that you've missed out on apart from a half an hour just watching the same video, like, we'll be right back. It's the same video they play whenever we go, like, to a commercial break and they need to play a video. It's like this music and we'll be right back message. Daze, I've got some new match ideas. What if we have a double battle royal with 2 rings like War Games, 1 men's, 1 women's? What, like, at the same time? Is that what you're saying? That said, Daze, I'm sorry, I was just way ahead of schedule. That's all right. I don't mind if people are, like, you know, it's a genuine mistake. No dramas. Mistakes happen. That's fine. But, you know, we mentioned it a couple of times and people were still doing it. Not yourself, Zach. But, you know, there comes a point where it's like, are people just being, like, douches now? That's where it's like, okay, this isn't cool now. But no, any genuine mistake, no dramas. Where are we though? Giulia's coming down. Oh. Okay, I've got a shot of the Women's United States Championship graphic on screen. I've got Giulia in the ring and I've got the bell ringing. Am I ahead? Am I behind? Who knows? I've got Giulia trying to roll up Zelina. Let's pause that. James said, I did say no spoilers 3 times already. Right. Well, let's just not do it then. Yeah, hopefully messages have been received now. You're ahead by about a minute. Okay, I've paused it. You're ahead by 15 seconds. Oh my god. Some people are like, you're ahead by a minute, you're ahead by 15 seconds. Jay said, international shows just really suck for these streams. I just wish we could watch at the same time. That women's title picture coming up soon. Carla said, what do we think about Giulia? Do you think she's going to be a major player? I believe she will. Absolutely, yes. She's a very, very good in-ring competitor. Obviously highly trained, competed in Stardom. She's someone that can go in there and have a good match with pretty much anyone. And, she's a good-looking girl as well. She's the full package. I think her entrance is great. Her look is great. Her English is ever improving as well. She could be, we've had Japanese women that have come in, like Asuka and Io, that have had very limited English. Giulia is a Japanese female that's come over, and it just feels like her English is a little stronger than what theirs was. And if she can continue, to learn English and continue to improve her English. I mean, it's only going to open more and more doors. That, I think, has been a real barrier for Asuka, a massive barrier. If she had been able to overcome that barrier, I think she would have had more opportunity. Obviously, Io has not struggled. Io has obviously had a very successful run on the main roster, but yeah, it's only going to help, isn't it? It's only going to help if Giulia can continue to improve her English. Lots of really good striking. Giulia's had some banging matches in her career as well. Kip up there by Zelina. Giulia slamming Zelina back down. Zelina looks like she might have hurt her knee, said Mister. As that said, we need a monster ball match in WWE. Yeah, to be honest, I think we do need something new. We do need, like, you know, them to bring something interesting and new to the main roster. I don't know the last time we introduced something new. It might have been that fight pit that we took from NXT. Moonsault to the outside there by Zelina. Giulia is going to be a big star, especially if she can get that win tonight, said Boomers for Life. I was about to ask, where is the skin? And then I forgot we're in Saudi, said Victor. Are you watching the Jake Paul fight, said Off Tom? I'm not, bud, no. If it was maybe a different weekend, then I may do, but my focus is very much on Night of Champions this weekend. Tribal combat, question mark. Was it anything different? It was just a no DQ match, wasn't it? I think it's just a no DQ match by a different name. George said they are opening a rooftop cinema in downtown Kansas City next month. I can't wait to check it out. How do we get less commercials like y'all in Europe? This is madness. Well, over in Europe, when you go to commercial break, we just often stick with the action. It's debatable as to whether it's better, honestly. I think it probably is better. But there are occasions where we will also go to, like, just a graphic that says we'll be back soon. That happens once in a while. And there's other occasions where we'll stay with the action, but the action just dies. It just slows down. It's not as bad as AEW. When I used to watch AEW on Fight TV, you would go to commercial in America. We would stay with the action, and it was horrifically bad. It was so bad. Like, really great matches were ruined by the fact that when we went to commercial break, they would just lie there and not do anything. And it just completely took the momentum out of the match. And honestly, I would much rather have gone to commercials in those instances. I distinctly remember, I think it was Kenny Omega against Daniel Bryan or Bryan Danielson. A match that is, like, highly regarded. People absolutely rave about it, absolutely love it. And it was really good, but there's this bit where you go to commercial and they're just lying there, and it just really took you out the match. Really, it was so disappointing. So it's not always the grass is greener. Daze, what's your favourite football team? Man United's. AEW don't have commercials. They didn't have them on Fight TV. So they obviously have them in America, but on Fight TV, you stayed with the action. Because obviously, Fight TV is like a subscription. You pay for it. You pay so much a month. So you're already paying money. So there's no advert. There's no ad breaks on that. I don't know if that's still the case now. I mean, I've not watched in a year and a half, so I don't know if that's still true, but that's what it was. If you get a Canada or UK VPN and a Netflix ads plan, you can watch for free, says A. Jobson. I think they should do a double turn tomorrow. It would be perfect in Saudi. I think they should turn Cody into a heel and then turn John back into a face. I'm not crazy about Cody being heel, honestly. I think he's a really well-established baby face. Not a switch I'm looking for. Giulia driving Zelina down. Daze, I'm 18 in a couple of months. My birthday's in August. Well, have a good one, buds. Knee to the face. Is there an unseen today? No, there won't be an unseen today. Today's too messy for an unseen. I'd love to do one, but with technical problems, 2 Smackdown streams, it's too messy. There will be one tomorrow. Okay, I've got a knee to the face. Giulia. La 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 la. I don't know where we are with this thing. CM Punk literally punched a kid with glasses during his ring entrance, says Akeem. 5-star match, said A.B. Jobson. Oh, I need to end the poll for that, don't I? Cody could definitely play a great heel, and I hope we see that one day. Definitely won't happen soon, since he is a top babyface. Yeah, I agree with that. I think he is a top babyface. I think he works. I think he's supported. Like, I don't think it's not working. I just think his championship run was disappointing. And I sort of feel like the nuclear option is to turn him heel. But that's a button I wouldn't be pressing at the moment. I've got half a sleeve. Cody as a heel is Homelander from The Boys. If you don't watch AEW, says Goat Meat. Okay, guys, where are we? Where are you? Well, I don't know where we are. Is SmackDown going back to 2 hours? It is next week. To be honest, I wish it was this week. Because obviously with the disruption, that would have been a lot easier to have got through the show. A. Jobson said, every women's match is 5 stars. Stone said, match has ended. Okay. Match has ended. Giulia wins. So, new women's United States champion. And I like it, honestly. I was not a massive fan of Zelina's United States Championship run. I think it was quite emotional for her to get that title, to have a run with that title, but I wasn't crazy about it. She did it. We do have a new champion, said Boomers for Life. Finally, no more Zelina. Underwhelming run, said Dr. Luchalala. Nathan said, this is like Christmas. Giulia wins her first title. Rich said, even without spoilers, I knew this was coming after Zelina's performance at Saturday night's main event. Mr. 516 said, I'm broken-hearted. A. Jobson said, it will go down as one of the worst reigns. Raven said that Giulia win is... Giulia deserves it. She's the better in-ring competitor, says my little girl. Yeah, the foot on the rope's amazing. It's a kind of a frustrating that I couldn't watch that at the exact moment you was watching it, because the moment she gets her feet on the rope, I think it was Mayor Pete that was like, look at how close that was, and it's so true. It was so close. It's like you couldn't have got it any closer than she actually did. It wasn't a 3. Like, she does actually get her feet on the rope in time, but so good. Didn't make me pop either, says William. Giulia can't talk, says Black Mandalorian. Well, she can do a little bit of English. But, I mean, you know, they can find ways of having them do promos. They can find ways of having them do promos, like how they have Shinsuke do them and how they have Io do them. Like, Giulia can do, like, the backstage pre-recorded ones. But she really needs to keep working on her English. She is a really good in-ring competitor. Giulia, defending that title on a regular basis, it really could be like a Giulia US Open challenge. Like, we could have some really great matches as women try and step up to Giulia to try and get that belt away from her. So, yeah, just seeing a replay there of Giulia getting the job done, standing tall, holding up that United States Championship. But, you know, Giulia was born in London. She was, yes. I think, though, she moved to Japan. She's a Japanese citizen, but she moved over to Japan when she was, I think, really young, like 1 or something like that. Like, she is classed as Japanese. I don't think she regards herself as British. I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure she must have a British passport as well, though. Unless she's just completely abandoned that. I don't know. But she classes herself as Japanese. She's got a Japanese passport. Okay, so Michael just mentioning that we go to 2 hours. Right. She's also half Italian, says Woken Matt Hardy. Yeah, I think you're right. I think, wasn't it like a dad was Italian, a mom is Japanese. They were over in London when she was born. Okay. Daze, do we think Buddy will ever make a return to WWE? I think he could do. I mean, I think there's a chance of it. I think him being with Rhea provides some interesting opportunity. Okay, so Charlotte and Alexa. Oh, you're at commercial break, are you? Okay, have you had Charlotte and Alexa yet? They're just backstage, that's all. I don't know if you've had that yet or if you're at commercial break. All I'm saying is look at the patterns that WWE does. I don't know if they do it subconsciously, if it's like an old Vince McMahon-ism, says Carla. What do you mean by that, buds? What do you mean by the patterns? Yeah, we have had it. Okay. Well, I'll skip through that then. Well, I think that's quite interesting because it definitely implies that they are going to be joining forces. It felt like they were going to join forces. Then it felt like they were going to be rivals. And now it feels once again like they might be joining forces. So it's kind of interesting. I'm at a commercial break at the moment, said Zach. John says, I had Charlotte and Alexa. Okay, so we've already had that bit then. Johnny said they need to push the likes of Ivy, Albert, Chelsea. They need to bring up some NXT girls. The more mid-card the women's division is lacking, credible talent. Okay. Spartan said, when people do spoilers, Williams like hippity hoppity. Time to hit this boomer with an MFing ban, says Spartan. Is that Williams' approach? Well, as long as he's having fun. Nico said, Daze, I'm with you about Cody. I think he needs to stay as a face at the moment, be a good guy in the future, take over from Cena, pass the buck over. It's just an opinion. Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's hard to find baby faces that fans really do connect with. You know, Sammy's obviously got that connection. Jay has got that connection. Cody has got that connection. And, you know, it's tricky to find baby faces that the fans really do care about, really do, like, react with. And, you know, Cody's so good with the kids. And it's the same thing why I would say, like, Jay is someone I'd be really reluctant to turn or even put back in a tag team. I mean, I know that his in-ring is not what we're looking for. I understand. But I think that he has got that connection with the fans, and that is honestly worth its weight in gold. So, you know, I would explore that. I would put him in different situations and, you know, try and improve his singles matches. I mean, they're not dumpster fires or anything, but they're just not as good as when he was in the Usos. So, yeah, and with Cody, I think he's got a real good connection with the fans. I wouldn't really walk away from that. But, yeah, you know, there's options, isn't there, on the table. We'll have to see what they plan on doing. The Rock wanted to turn Cody. Triple H didn't. So, I mean, a turn will probably happen at some point, but I don't know that it's anytime soon. But, well, you know, some people are thinking that Cody not being able to get a word out and the frustration of not being able to get a word out is leading to a turn. Hannah said it's funny how the one thing everyone talks about from the show is the blackout, and that scene is now not being shown. We know why, but that was the highlight of the night. I'm not sure it was the highlight. It was probably the most talked about bits, but I don't know. There's some good stuff coming up still on this show, so if you're finding that you're maybe struggling a little bit with the show, maybe not really feeling it too much at the moment. There's some decent stuff that's on the way. Right, I think we just put up another poll, and you can... That's been up for a minute. You can vote on the Giulia match. What did you think about the Giulia match? We did a poll on the... Yeah, we did. I was going to say... We did a poll, didn't we, on the Jimmy match? You lot said that was good 94... And I can tell you earlier that was scored as good 87. So you lot enjoyed that more than we did earlier. Okay, right. Where are we right now with the show? I know you guys have been at a commercial break, but what have you got on your screens right now? Are we at... Wade is out there right now. Okay. Jade has arrived... Okay, so I've got Jade making her entrance then. Jade's entrance. Okay. So right now I've got Jade at the top of the entrance ramp. And she's about to make her way down to the ring. She's walking out. We're just seeing what she's wearing for the first time. It's quite an impressive, like, bodysuit. It looks quite like an android. Not the phone. The kind of thing that Janelle Monáe would wear. She looks great, honestly. We were talking about this earlier about how the women are kind of, you know, wearing different attire because obviously they have to cover up more. And I get the frustration of that. Certainly from the pervs, but also, you know, women should be able to wear what they want to wear, blah, 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 right? I get that. But it is forcing them to kind of be quite creative with their attires, and I think some of them just looks better, honestly. I think some of them look brilliant. I thought Scarlett looked really good on the kickoff show. I think what Jade's wearing here looks really eye-catching. So Jade gets in the ring, posing away, goes over to the corner. She looks great. She looks like $1 billion. Jay said, this is a perv's worst nightmare. Yeah, and to be honest, I think we've hit the real reason as to why so many people struggle with the Saudi shows. Certainly in this community. The Empress of Tomorrow, Asuka! I like the new graphics. That stage is huge, isn't it? I like the new graphics. There's we've got the new mask. I'm not a perv, but that is what a true perv would say, says James. That is true, actually, James. Here's Asuka making her way out. The pervs, we've got a group now. Yeah, well, not only a group, Akeem, a whole community. Jennifer said, I fear that they're going to give Queen of the Ring to Jade. In my opinion, it should be Asuka. Asuka is 1,000 times better than Jade's. For starters, Asuka just returned, and it would set her up for EO. Yeah. I think there is a chance they could go Jade as well. I would like for them to go Asuka. I think we run a bit of a risk of sometimes, like, retiring these people a bit quickly. You know, Asuka's been on the main roster for a, good while now. And she's achieved a lot. And, there's a lot of new women that have come through that, maybe she finds herself a little lower down the pecking order. But she's still such an amazing talent. She's a legend. I believe she's a legend. She's legit. What makes you so confident you're going to defeat Asuka? When people see Asuka, they get nervous. I see an opportunity to show you why I came here. At SummerSlam. She said she's going to take the whole damn throne. Not just the title, but the whole damn throne. The crowd are very much with Asuka here. Asuka responding by dancing away. You're strong. But power is not everything, says Asuka. I've got skills and experience. This is like a job interview. Do you know who I am? I'm Asuka. I think she does know that. Because... no one is ready for Asuka. So, there we go. Asuka was talking away, and Naomi has made her way out. Again, look at what she's wearing, how she's got that, like, Miss Money in the Bank written on her bodysuit. So, Naomi is making her way down to the ring. I love Naomi's outfit, said WrestleRants. It looks good, doesn't it? Naomi's outfit looks really good, said Jay. Shut the F up. And I do love the I do love the reaction from Naomi. We spoke of that earlier. The crowd are chanting, shut the F up. And she like looks at them and goes, I'm the one with the power to take it all away. So Jade is in the ring as Naomi is making her way down, saying it's going to be pure pleasure to ruin the biggest night of your career. Crowd are chanting, you suck. I want Asuka to mess Jade up badly, said BBB Yipsy. I love this version of Naomi, said Steve. It's some of the best work of her career. Rodney saying King of the Ring sucks now. It used to boost winners to like a main event status. Not one person Triple H has in the final needs boosting. That's interesting. I suppose, though, the prize is now that you get a title shot at SummerSlam. So it's kind of like, can you go with someone that's, You see, the thing is, with Money in the Bank, you can have a mid-carder win it because they obviously can cash in at any time over 12 months. But the prize for winning King of the Ring is that you get a title shot at SummerSlam. That means that you are putting someone in the title match at SummerSlam. So it probably means that you are a bit more... Your hands are a bit more tied, you know? It's a bit like winning the Rumble, innit? It's probably less likely you'll have a mid-card person win the Rumble. We're backstage with Alistair. Truth's here. Truth wants John Cena. I am calm. Another glitch. We had a glitch there where R-Truth was talking to Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis. Oh my god, I'm being attacked. I'm under attack. This flipping fly, I cannot get rid of it. It's been bugging me all day. This thing's got a flipping death wish. DIY are making their way down. DIY. La 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 la. No glitch again. Wow. How? How? How have you not got the glitches? I mean, it's not me. Like, they're actually glitches that were on the feed. I'm really surprised at that. Because not only did we have the 30 minutes power outage earlier, but we kept getting these little glitches throughout the show. Nothing drastic, nothing too bad. Just momentarily little, you know, glitches, but... Okay, commercial break. Who is Andrade's partner going to be? We find out next on SmackDown. I think they're lying to you, says James. Daze, where's the AI to announce halftime scores? There is no AI. To be honest, halftime scores has kind of not been a thing for a little while. We probably should look to bring it back in a blaze of glory. So I will add that to the jobs list. A. Jobson said dinner tonight was breaded pork chops with mashed potatoes and asparagus. It's hard there being a 2-minute delay into a commercial. It had to be a 2-minute delay into a commercial break, said Goat Meat. What is the best King of the Ring moment winners of the tournament? It's got to be Stone Cold, hasn't it? It's got to be Stone Cold. Stone Cold's the first one that popped into my head. Austin 316. I mean, I just don't think you can beat that. I don't think you can beat it. I understand about the fly situation. I had a few of them earlier. Yeah, this is the worst year for them. For some reason, like I've been able to keep them out of here. But yeah, already this year, I don't know if there's just more or if they're finding a new way in. But yeah, it's definitely the worst it's probably ever been so far this summer. So, and this one is a right nightmare. It was bothering me earlier. And I've even got like this flipping raid stuff. I mean, this is for ants and cockroaches, but it'll still do the job. But yeah, just flipping won't leave me alone. James said, I hate the summers because of flies. I know, man. I mean, we've got like quite a few around, so I don't know if there's a few more this year or what's going on, but yeah, I do have one in here that's being like a flipping terrorist. Ticks are really bad in the US, said A. Jobson. Dune bugs. I don't know Dune bugs. There's a lot of flies in my house as well, said Brian. Well, we've had a lot of mosquitoes, said let him in. I think I'm really lucky with that. Don't really get mosquitoes. Just get we get the odd wasp and bee. Obviously they are not fun. So we do get a fair few of those, and quite a few flies and whatever. I mean, it's just part of living in the country, to be honest. There are snapping turtles in the small pond on the land, said Sunny. Oh. Daze, did you see the rumours about TKO moving to Vegas when the lease is up? I did. I mean, I've not seen anything like confirmed on that, obviously. It's just streets are saying that they're going to look to move to Vegas, which in a way might make sense because they'll probably want to unite the headquarters with the UFC headquarters and just have the one headquarter and just really kind of, you know, rather than having them as separate, you could probably save money on the lease of the building and all that stuff. So I can understand it. I'd imagine, obviously, it's going to mean that jobs will be threatened as there'll be more departments that kind of get combined. We're back from the break, says Larry. Right, Larry, thank you. Okay, I've got shots of Riyadh. That's what I'm looking at right now. Riyadh, and I don't even know what that is. Some sort of square, I don't know. I mean, I know these are meant to make you want to go, but it does look pretty good, to be honest. I mean, there does look like there's plenty to do there. So they're just showing AAA from a couple of weeks ago. Los Garza securing the victory, getting the win. And there they are, being handed over those AAA tag titles. Okay, DIY are in the ring. Andrade is walking out now. Okay, yeah, I've got El Idolo. El Idolo. So, Andrade about to make his way out. I'm probably just a touch behind you guys. We're doing okay, actually. I mean, we are approaching the halfway point, so we're doing okay. Here's Andrade. And we're about to find out who his partner is going to be. They didn't even mention what show it was. They just slapped a AAA logo on, and 2 weeks ago said Porky Pig. It's Rey Fenix. Rey Fenix is going to be Andrade's partner. And these two making their way down to the ring. Rey Fenix entrance. Fire, said Woken Matt Hardy. So, there we go. Andrade and Rey Fenix taking on DIY. Let's end that poll. We did a poll just asking what people thought about Giulia and Zelina. Oh, you lot said it was good. 91%. So, Jimmy versus JC, you said was good 94. Earlier, they said good 87. I do think the disruption, the half hour, the technical issue, I think that probably lowered the score earlier. So, you said it was good 94. Interestingly, earlier, Giulia Zelina, good 92. You lot said it was good 91. So, very, very close on the scores for that last match, that Giulia Zelina match. Very close. Let's see if you are going to be close on this one. DIY against Andrade and Rey Fenix. Jennifer said, let's be honest with ourselves. Stone Cold had the most famous King of the Ring moment. It made him a star. But the best to do the King of the Ring gimmick was Macho King, baby. Oh, yeah, says Jennifer. I can vibe with that. I think King Booker as well. He did it really, really well. So I would go with either of those. But yeah, you're right. Austin 316, you could make the argument that moment helps change the industry. He was already over, of course. He already had the character, the Stone Cold character, but, you know, think about the Austin 316 shirts. I mean, it's just... I can't imagine the Attitude Era without him. I can't imagine Stone Cold without Austin 316 or Austin 316 shirts. And, you know, that comes from his King of the Ring victory speech. Right, we've got Andrade climbing up the one side, Phoenix on the other. They both jump to the outside, double cross bodies. DIY go down. Double crossbodies as we go to commercial break. Yes. Love it. This is what I'm here for. Commercial again. Going for the cover and kick out. But Daze, during the Crawford-Canelo press conference, they were saying that WWE's Nick Khan, Dana White, Turkey, Ali Sheikh are working together. Yes. They're starting boxing, aren't they? So they have got a new boxing league that's started up. So it is... I don't know if there's any details that have come in on that. But there is going to be a TKO boxing league, and I think Dana's overseeing it. Nick Khan is involved. I don't know how heavily involved he is, but... Okay, I don't even know where we are. I don't know if I should be watching this. I don't know if I'm watching commercial break or what I'm watching. Johnny. Are we back from commercial break? Is this commercial break? I'm wide awake. It's 2:26, said Zach. We're at ad break. Yeah, I don't know if what I'm watching is ad break, because obviously we stay with the action during ad breaks. Or does anyone know what the little flag in the top corner means? I don't even know what that means. There's a little flag on Netflix in the top right corner, and I don't know what that signifies. I have no idea. The Wyatt 6 tag match, is that tonight or tomorrow? It's tonight. It's tonight. Right, people are at commercial break at the moment. My little girl said went to commercial immediately following those double crossbodies. Funko Pop Daze, shout out to you. Said, Daze, you left your thong Speedos in Egypt. They're too small for me. I do like them small, to be honest. I do like them small. Really do try to pack everything into as smaller package as possible. It just makes me feel better about myself, really. So, yeah, I could understand them being too small for you, but I would say probably get them washed, and then you probably should be able to sell them to someone in our community. I think you'd make good money as well. I think there's quite a few, but actually don't wash them. Don't wash them. Put them up on eBay. Wrestling Days, worn, pre-worn. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, I think James would go pretty big on bidding for that, to be honest. I could see James going big on that. I think J14 would be very interested. Carla would definitely have a look as well, at putting a few bids in. I think Tony would be interested. Little bit of a fan as well. I think would definitely have a little bid. So, yeah, listen, money to be made there, but what you found there is a gold mine. You found a little gold mine. It's like if you find, like, that comic book of Superman holding up the car, Action Comics #1. It's like, you know, a dream find. I think if you do stumble across like a pair of my super tight Speedos, retirement money is coming your way. I think it's like finding a winning lottery ticket. So I wish you all the very best, my friends. Good luck to whoever puts in that winning bid. Right now we got Tommaso going for the cover. Shoulder up. I have no idea where you are in the match now. I have literally no idea. So we are going to... we're going to struggle. That's what we're going to do. William said, I'm not buying Daze's used Speedos. Well, I knew you wouldn't, William. That's why I didn't mention you. Yeah? I only mentioned the perverts in our community. And we all know that's not you, William. Katie said, the flag might be because they're in Saudi Arabia. No, I don't think it is. I think it's there like each week. I never quite know what it means. Can I click on it actually? What happens if I click on it? Oh, if I click on it, it says, what's the issue? Buffering, loading, subtitles, audio, visual. Perhaps it's just like a flag to flag an issue. There's something else that's wrong with the video. The subtitles don't work. Perhaps it's that. Perhaps I've just managed to answer my own question by clicking on it. It's maybe just a flag to flag issues. I thought it was something to do with like commercial break. We're at commercial or something like that. I don't know how Netflix works. I would buy it to resell it to Austin 316, said Dr. Luch. Like, oh, mate, if you could get Austin interested, generational wealth is coming your way. That's not just retirement money. That's like your grandkids are set for life then. Fred said, how many times are they going to say Jurassic Park Rebirth in this episode? I don't know, but I didn't even know there was a new Jurassic Park movie. So that's interesting. And wasn't it called Jurassic World when they brought it back? So have they now gone back to Jurassic Park? Because it was all Jurassic World, wasn't it? Like 10 years ago or so. And now like it's being called Jurassic Park. So listen, I'm a Jurassic Park guy. Yeah. I went to the cinema to see the first one. Thank you. Yeah. I don't think I saw the second or the third, or I didn't watch any of the worlds, but I saw that first one. Yeah. So maybe they can tempt me to go back. Probably not. Ronnie said 3 wrestlers that are underrated and 3 that are overrated. Not to be rude, says Ronnie. What do you mean, buds? Are you asking to name 3? I always find that such a hard question because I don't know how people are rated. Do you know what I mean? Like I could say, oh, I think, I don't know, Io's overrated, but, you know, people might be like, oh, I don't really rate her anyway. And it's like, oh. I don't feel that way about Io, by the way. But I'm just saying it's kind of hard to answer that because I think everyone's got such different opinions on people that how do you know who people are rated? I don't know. So I find that a bit tricky. It's called Jurassic World Rebirth. I thought they'd gone back to Jurassic Park. So it is Jurassic World. Pfft. Well, I'm definitely out. Momentarily, I was tempted to go and see it, but not now. Not now, it's Jurassic World. Ugh. That's for, like, millennials. Yeah. Not for boomers. Daze, what would you say is the worst stable? I don't know, but probably... Well, there's rubbish stables, aren't there? There's people that have, oddities were just weirds. And there's people like that. Are they like the worst stable? I don't know. There's characters in that I really, Luna Vachon. There's people in that that I really like. Earthquake was in that. John Tenter was in that, of course. Golga. So Maybe not the best stable, but I got some good feelings towards the members. It's probably going to be like someone like the Core, isn't it? Because they were like the bargain bin version of Nexus. They weren't around very long, and it was rubbish. It was meant to kind of keep the Nexus vibe going, but it definitely did not. Did nothing for anyone that was in that group, and yeah, might be like the Core. But then you've got things like Social Outcasts, but they were just meant to be a group, a joke group anyway, weren't they? So again, a little bit tricky, because what are you judging that by? Are you judging it by just how useless the team were, like Spirit Squads, or are you judging it by just the fact that it was just bad? It was actively just bad. I mean, I would say the Core were meant to be cool, and it was just bad. What about Retribution? Honestly, I mean, that's a group, in it. Yeah, Woken Matt Hardy with Retribution as well. Core were awful, said Shouting Guy. Spirit Squads. Yep. It's going to be those kind of names, isn't it, for something like that? James said the first Jurassic Park is goated, especially that guy that gets eaten on the bog. I don't think that was Jurassic Park, James. I think that was a porno that you watched. Some guy getting eaten whilst being on the toilet. That wasn't Jurassic Park, dude. That was Jurassic Pork. Oh my god. James, that's such a rookie error. That is such a rookie error. Well, you've gone and watched the wrong flipping film, haven't you? Hey? Oh my god. Well, I love that for you. I'm so pleased that you enjoyed it. Imagine accidentally watching a porn version of like a big summer hit film and then coming onto a wrestling stream and going, God, I really loved watching that guy get eaten. And everyone's like, well, this is awkward. Like, that literally just happened. That literally just happened to James. So it's probably best we don't focus on that, to be honest. Guys, where are we in the show? I don't even know where we are in the show. I don't even know what's happening on SmackDown. We're literally just talking nonsense. Jurassic Pork is revenge, says William. That's the one. Vince had that era where he just kept putting everyone into stables, said Rich. It's true, it was like 97, around that kind of time. Going into like 98 with like Truth Commission and all this kind of people. Andrade just tried to pin Johnny, says Rob. Hey, listen, I can't see what you can see because I don't know where we are, but this match is banging. Yeah, this match is really fun, fast-paced, really good. I don't think it outstays its welcome, right, by the time the finish arrives. But it is go, 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 action, 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 really fast-paced stuff. It's a really fun match. It's a really, really fun match, and the crowd really elevate it as well. Like, we spoke earlier about how the crowd really contribute. And they really do contribute to this match. Like, they're really into it. They're really vocal. And considering it's a nothing kind of match, considering it's like Andrade and Rey Fenix just chucked together as a team, taking on DIY. But yeah, crowd are so vocal. There's some young people here if Jurassic Park is the first movie. Austin. Austin's. Say his name and he appears. I believe in Austin 316. No way? Jeez. It's because Jurassic Park was mentioned. Dude, that's crazy. I don't know how you've done that. I don't know how you've done that. Of all the times to come in the chat, it's when you take a stray shot and kinky adult films get mentioned. And then, of course, Austin 316 rocks up. The Fireflies are out during this match, says my little girl. Fireflies are... I'm going to skip forward, see if I can find Fireflies. This place is electric, said Michael. All right, I've got Fireflies. Trying for a 3 count there by Johnny No Joy. Bang! Reverse Rana. The Fireflies are out. Rob said you mentioned adult films, and Austin's taint tingles. It's like his spidey sense. Tommaso! 2 count. Jennifer said DIY just always have great matches. I love both these dudes. James said, Daze, I freaking love you, you crazy stray making toss pot. Oh my god, thank you. That is the nicest thing anyone's ever said, James. It is honestly my pleasure to throw strays in your direction. Oh, back elbow there by Andrade. Another big boot there. Andrade and Animo win. Animo. Oh, kick there by Phoenix. Andrade plants and secures the victory. Yeah, let's get the poll up for that, shall we? What did people think about that match? Michael Cole says, incredible action. Do you know, that match is what this show needed. I mean, even you guys said first match was good, second match was good. It needed a great match. It needed something to really, get this thing going. And that match definitely delivered. But has anyone here seen Strokemon? Said J. James. I've not seen Strokemon. What is Strokemon? Is that like a kinky Pokemon? You know when you open up a bit of a door and then you're like, oh, do we want to walk through that door? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, coming up next, Cena and CM Punk. They are going to be doing something. Okay, black screen. Okay, back from commercial break. You lot will be at commercial. Let me know when we're back. Right. Crotchless Pokemon cosplay furry, says William. The match was carried by Daze's commentary, said Rich. Well, my commentary was so good, to be honest, by completely being out of sync with you guys, not being able to watch at the exact same moment, and just honestly talking about adult films. Which I don't know if that exists, but I wouldn't be surprised if it did. Instead of Pokeballs, it's Pokeballs, said George. With a little cheeky emoji face. I really enjoy Ray's work, says Jono. Black Mandalorian said just a bunch of dudes out in the crowds. When I watched SmackDown earlier, I skipped over the Tiffany Nia match. I have no interest in that feuds. I am so over it, said Dr. Luch Lala. My little girl said, Daze, you should do WWE commentary, Hall of Fame. Put me in. Americans are seeing fake Italian food right now in commercials. Olive Garden. Hey, I went to Olive Garden. God, when did I go? 2018, I think. We went to Olive Garden and didn't rate it, didn't like it, thought it was really average, bland, not good. And we went last year to Florida and just it's one of those, you've been out all day, you just want to grab some food from somewhere. I mean, obviously, if you're there on holiday, you're not going to go back and eat in your house or whatever. Like, we always do an Airbnb type thing. So, we were eating out at different restaurants each night. I say restaurants. But we actually did Olive Garden again. We were like, oh, this is it. Should we just go here? Kind of like, oh, we don't want to, And it was so good. Like, the service was great. The food was on point. It was really, like, the breadsticks, obviously, are well known. And I don't know. I mean, like, I think because we went in with such low expectations last year, because we'd had a bad experience before. I mean, granted, 7 years before. But we went in with such low expectations that actually we were like, oh my God, this is so good. So, I don't know. I don't know where I stand with Olive Garden. I don't think it's got the greatest reputation, which I understand. But I've got to say, I went in 2024 and it was good. It was really good. So I just don't know where I stand with it now. I don't know. I don't think I'm an Olive Garden hater. We're back from commercial. Let's go. We go to Olive Garden all the time, said Nathan. I was just eating some leftover Olive Garden, said Tommy. Okay. So I'm feeling like there's a little bit of Olive Garden love around. Okay, we're just seeing John Cena on Stephen Colbert. I actually watched the clip of this on YouTube the other night. Jennifer, I've said I've never liked Goldberg, even when he was a big deal in WCW. I don't like his 3 move styles, and now he's even worse. William said, food is good if you eat at chain restaurants. It's not great, but it's good. Chili's is better than Olive Garden, said Joe. Never been to Chili's. Never been. I mean, I'm sure I'll end up going back to Florida at some point. Don't be forgetting Dickachu now. I would definitely stay away from that film. I ain't watching no film called Dickachu. Yeah. James said there's a kids version. Daze kids version is Pokemon. The adults version is Pokemon. I'd watch that one. I wouldn't watch Dickachu. I might watch Pokemon. I hate that Cena is going to get a win over my boy Punk tomorrow, said my little girl. Say what you want, but Punk is definitely paying his dues since being back. A. Jobson said, Caraba's better. Caraba. I've never heard of that. I've always wanted to try Olive Garden and Chili's. Chili's is like barbecue short ribs. Olive Garden is like pasta. Yeah, Olive Garden is like, it's Italian, isn't it? It's like, I saw a video about like how Italian is Olive Garden. There was a YouTuber that sort of went to Olive Garden and ordered from the menu and showed the food off and tried it, and then got on a plane and went to Italy to like compare it. And obviously it doesn't compare favorably, but the conclusion was that if you want like a decent meal, a bit of an Italian experience, like, it's not bad. It's not bad, it's fine. But you're obviously not going to be, don't think that you've basically been to Italy because you've been to Olive Garden. So like, that's like thinking you've been to America because you've visited McDonald's. But to be honest, I don't think anyone does think that way, It was all right, honestly. I went last year. I would go again. It's such an unfair comparison. It's like Americanized Italian food, just like how Chipotle is Americanized Mexican food, said Dr. Luchalala. William said, it is ridiculous to compare. Yeah, I agree. Of all the food talk, I've got to go make some food and eat. I'll be right back, said Jennifer. Breadsticks with Alfredo sauce. Caraba's Italian restaurant is awesome. It's way better. And it is authentic Italian food, said Norma. Well, definitely one I'll be interested in. Jennifer said, speaking of oddities, I met Kurgan. I worked at a bookstore. He walked in as a customer. He was so tall. He was like feet taller than the shelves. Ran from the cash to get his autograph. No one else knew him. Really? That's so good. That's such a good story. I love that. That's great. Did you enjoy working at the bookstore? I could see that being a job that I would do, to be honest. I could work at a bookstore. I don't know loads about books, but, you know, there's enough there that would interest me. You know, like there's a wrestling section, for example. That would interest me. Autobiographies can be pretty cool. I'm not really into fiction, but like... you know, autobiographies, wrestling section, the music section. And a lot of bookstores tend to have, like, board games. Some used to have CDs. I could work at a place like that. I could be quite happy in a place like that. It must mean my dream is going to come true as world champion, says Austin. William said, authentic Italian food has an egg cooked in with the pasta, and the sauce is like 90% meat. Tony said, Jennifer, I met him at a convention. I'm 6'2", 200 pounds, and I was a dwarf, said Tony. If you worked at the bookstore, you can read as it's right there for you. I mean, it's true, isn't it? You might find yourself getting distracted. I bet you get discount as well, don't you? That was a nightmare when I worked in like an entertainment store. I worked in like a DVD, CD store. That was a flipping nightmare. Oh, my wages just basically went straight back into the company. Right, video package. Oh, here's someone. Here's someone. I don't know where we are. It's Ron Killings in the ring. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, what's up? WrestleRant said, what a video package. It's a video package we've seen before. Quite a few times, actually. But it is a very good video package. Black Mass. Oh, you're a bit more ahead of me. So, Black Mass, I've just skipped forward 20 seconds. I was about 20 seconds behind. I told you, Ron, if you drink from this cup, in a weird way, we're even now. So, Black Mass from Alistair to Ron Killings. I always find that weird how someone... I mean, like, Ron wasn't meant to be in the ring because he snuck in. Alistair certainly wasn't meant to interrupt the person that snuck in. Yet they still play his music as he walks away. Okay, we're backstage with the Street Profits. Teddy Fam said, can I get a shout out? Yeah, of course. Shout out to you, buds. Teddy Fam. Jennifer said, I'm a huge nerd and I love working at the bookstore. I read a lot and the bookstore allowed us to borrow books. What? And also tons of board games. What? You could borrow books? Really? So that you could... Yeah, I suppose that makes sense from a point of view of product knowledge. We couldn't borrow CDs or anything, but we did get 30% off. I could definitely do that job, you know. If this all falls apart, I might move to America, become an American citizen and work in a bookstore. I don't know why I'd move to America. It's just warmer, innit? It's just warmer. Plus, the English accent plays very well over there. Do you know what I mean? You've got to work with what you're given. Yeah. BFAB just speaking to Street Profits, saying, if you need me to watch your back, I've got you. A. Jobson said, I would work in a pet store. I like dogs. I don't know if I could be bothered with, like, lizards and snakes and all of that. If it was a dog store, I could deal with it. But I think they'd be like, oh, do you know what I mean? Someone might speak to me about cats. I don't care about cats. I mean, there's only certain cats I care about. Dead ones. Daze is an American at heart, says AJ. I do love America. I do love genuinely going over. I always have a great time. Right, you lots have scored that last match as great 60. So earlier, DIY against Andrade and Rey Fenix. Earlier stream said it was great 68. You lot scored it great 60. I think that's quite close again, to be honest. I know it's 8% difference, but it ain't that big of a margin, is it? So I think that's pretty close. Okay, Street Profits are making their way down. It is time. A lot of people have been looking forward to this. Street Profits against the Wyatt Six. Are the Wyatts gonna do it? Are we about to get new tag champs? No spoilers, please. If you know the result or you saw earlier, don't ruin it for our friends that have not seen it. Street Profits, Wyatt 6. 2 hours into this show. George said, I could see you working in an adult bookstore. Oh my God, I could see that as well. Yeah, I could probably do that job as well. I don't know, though. The thing is, if you work in a normal bookstore, the kind of people you're going to meet are probably quite wholesome people. People that are going to maybe enrich your life and, you know, maybe you'll meet like a partner or, you know, some cool friends. And, do you know what I mean? Think about the people you're going to meet in an adult bookstore. They might enrich your life, but in a very, very perverted way. I don't know. Is that the right path to take? I don't know. Is that who I would want to be? I don't know. I think I'd do a hell of a job in that store, though. I think I'd be... Do you know what I mean? Product knowledge would be insane. Yeah. Amazing. I could make some really good recommendations, but are those the kind of people you want in your life? I feel like I've already got the pervert box ticked with this community. So I think it probably makes more sense to do something more wholesome away from the community. So I might have to turn that down, honestly. Joe said, next time you're in New York, let me know. We'll go out for a drink. We might even go to a bookstore. Oh my God, I love that for us. It is lovely having friends around the world. Because I do genuinely really like going to places where people in the local area like really know about it. Like, I find that so interesting. And certainly then if it's people that are from the community that love wrestling as well, I mean, it's just win, 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 isn't it? So, Joe, you might have a date there. You might have a date. I just need to go to New York first. But, yeah, I was in Egypt and I was with an Egyptian guy who was just showing us around the local city. The hotel had kind of allocated him to us, and he was just there to be like, right, where do you want to go? And it was like, oh my God, I'm in Egypt with an Egyptian guy that speaks English and can just tell me any answer to any local question. Like, this is crazy. It was great, actually. Really enjoyed that. There wasn't like, I ran out of things to ask him. I mean, I was like, is it dangerous around here? He was like, no. I was like, is it very tourist heavy? He was like, yeah, a lot of people travel in to Hurghada. Really, it is aimed more at tourism. And I was like, what is it that you do? Where did you grow up? Like, do you watch WWE? He said he used to a little bit. He doesn't watch it now. And you could tell that he was trying to think of a name. And he went, John Cena. I was like, yeah, John Cena, yeah. So I spoke to some random Egyptian guy, completely random, who doesn't really watch wrestling, but he was still able to shout the name John Cena at me. I don't know if that's much of an achievement or not, but yeah, it was pretty fun. I will forever be Team Bray. R.I.P. to the GOAT of entertainment. Let's go, Wyatt, says my little girl. Camden. Hello, my friends. Appreciate the support, buds. My little girl as well, firing in a membership. Appreciate it. Camden said, Daze, I think I've finally figured out why SmackDown crashed for like 35 minutes. Basically, when Randy said Jay had a match of the year, the IWC just crashed out, sold their soul and said, that's not going to work for me, brother. I mean, to be honest, when he said it, even we went, is he sure? Because it wasn't a bad match. I mean, I don't know if I've got the scores for it. Because it was one that took place over in Saudi Arabia, wasn't it? So I don't know if I've got the scores to hand. But it was one where you go, has he been drinking? Match of the year? Like, if I think match of the year, I think Sammy Kevin in that incredible match. Was it Elimination Chamber? Where they just went to hell and back, you know? I think that might be my match of the year at the moment. I'm sure Meltzer gave that 5 stars as well. My mind would also think about EO and Rhea and... who's the other one? Can't remember. Triple threat match. Was it Bianca? Bianca, Rhea, and EO. Opening night. Night 2, WrestleMania. I think the main event of night 1 is just as good, if not a little better, because of the Heyman turn. So, I mean, I'm thinking those. I'm not really thinking Cody J. But hey. Wyatt 6 time. Okay, where are we then, guys? Where are we? Where are you? Where am I? So, yeah, Camden, you might have cracked it, but... it might have been an ICW freakout, resulted in a power outage. Wyatt 6. This is going to be the match of the year for me too. Sammy KO with 6 Ed Boomers. Cody J is just nowhere near the best match of the year. Wyatt 6, lights out. We are so back, said Black Mandalorian. Big Mig said, Daze, Damien is one lucky fella. He's dating Lola Vice. Is he? I didn't know that. Is he? It's Wyatt's entrance. Okay. So you've had Alistair and Damien, yeah? Daze, if we both were in Colombia, I know a spot where you can see some of the finest Colombian women that will have you screaming and give you the best of times. Hannah, I'm on a plane. Let me just find a window in my schedule. I can be there, honestly. I'm thinking next week. Right, Wyatts are making their way out then. Camden said, fun fact, if you add up all of the ad time on SmackDown, Jay's entrance is still longer. That is a fun fact. That is a fun fact. Jay James said, Daze, if a wheelchair user was to pursue stand-up comedy, would it then be sit-down comedy? I think that's a joke that person would probably tell, to be honest. There was a disabled guy that did comedy on, like, Britain's Got Talent. And, you know, obviously he massively leaned into his disability as part of his set. So, yeah, I think that would be a joke they would probably have in their own set. Right, Wyatt's making their way down. The dreads are back, said Jay. Yes. To be honest, he's obviously not wrestling in this match. So the dreads, I think he varies them. I think sometimes he has them, sometimes he doesn't. On this episode, he's got them, and to be honest, it's the best that he looks. This is what his look should always be. Okay, making his way down. It looks brilliant with the big screen, doesn't it? Said earlier that this is a group that is built for the biggest stage possible because, you know, they're big characters, big gimmicks with the big entrance and the big masks. Like, just their entrance on Raw and SmackDown it's being held back. Like, they should be on the, you know, loads of fireflies, big entrance stage, big graphics, pyro, flames. Like, they're a group built for, like, a really big stage. So actually seeing them come out with a big stage, I think for the first time, it looks great. It looks great. Punk and Drew, Hell in a Cell was good, says my little girl. I think that was last year, I think. Suppose it depends where you're judging it. If you're going like on a roll in 12 months, or if you're just looking at, say, 2025. Let's go down. Here comes the other team. Alexa versus Asuka or Rhea. Book it, Triple H said Rashawn. Please consider supporting and buying my first book, The Thoughts Within, a collection of poems, says Sonny. Right, have we started the match now? Tag teams are out. I've got the match underway. Daze, it's crazy to think I'm not even 21 yet. Sadly, I am. And I'm at 6'6". The doctors told me I'm growing faster than an average human, and I won't stop until I'm 23. I might end up being about 6'9". Edwards, you should flip in. Do you know what I mean? You've been given a real gift there. I think a lot of people would love to have a size like that. Like, there's so many things that you could do being that tall. Like, you gotta put that to good use, man. That is a gift that not many people get given. Daze, would you like to see the following? QT Marshall. No, thank you. Prince Nana. Maybe if Swerve had come in. Thelka, Willow Nightingale. I'm not fussed. I don't mind Willow. She's all right. She can be a bit fun. I'm not like down on her, but I'm not. I don't know. It's one of those, isn't it? Sometimes we bring people in that I'm not massively bothered by. Like, I wasn't massively bothered by Brian Pillman Jr. Lexis King's fine. But, you know, WWE saw something, so I can't say there's any names that I'd be like, oh, yeah, definitely want to bring them in. But equally, if they do come in, it'd be fine. Right. Bray and the OG Wyatt entrance used to get stretched out, and it would build the atmosphere. They need to bring that back. It's just a bit too short right now, says Black Mandalorian. Nathan said, why are the other teams out there? Bray asking to get switched. Zach said, Daze. Do you know who doesn't do it for me? Lyra, said Austin. No. Yeah, well, sorry, where are we in the show at the moment? Someone said it was picture in picture. So, are you, like, watching the match in picture? We are into the final hour now. We've only got 50-odd minutes to go. Again, big thank you to everyone that's joined us on this stream. Obviously, second stream, a lot of you joined us earlier. You didn't need to join us again. So, it is very appreciated. Stanton said, welcome back, Egyptian Days. Oh, thank you, Stanton. I appreciate that, but it's lovely to be back. Wyatt 6 baby, said David. The champs are getting beaten up, said Josh. It is picture in picture. It's we're watching it. But we are back now. Okay. So back from picture in picture. Not sure where you are in the match though, so right now I've got Gacy in there with Montez. Why are other teams out there? Oh, I get what you're saying now. You're talking about the other tag teams around the ringside area. Yeah, okay, with you. I'll tell you what bugs me about those teams being out there is at the moment they're just out there. But like, why is Howdy and Rowan not showing a bit more concern about that, you know? It's like a lumberjack match, said Tony. You don't think Lexis is just years ahead of anything AEW did with him, says Tommy. I think that he's ahead of what AEW did with him, but that's a very low bar because his TV time was very limited. You know, when he was in AEW, he was doing like the Varsity Blondes thing. I think there was a really good moment he had in AEW where he cut a promo on MJF. And I remember that being really good. And it kind of, I think, led to like a singles match. But no, he's come in. He's obviously got a bit more of a character now. But I still don't feel like it's clicked into place for him. So I think the thing is they saw something in him and they've brought him in, and he's actually been in for quite a while now. He's been in for quite a while, and I still don't really feel like it's clicked. I still don't really feel like you've got someone there that's like, oh, I can't wait for Lexis. When do we talk about Lexis King and like can't wait for him to come to the main roster, or I hope he's going to have a match at Great American Bash, or you know, people swoon about Oba, they swoon about Javon, they swoon about Trick Williams. Certainly I do. And you've got all these people that people get like swoon over. When do you hear people swooning over Lexis King? I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful because I don't mind Lexis King. I just threw it out there as an example of someone that got brought in that I wasn't really bothered about, right? So we brought him in. I think it's fine. It's a solid hand to have on the roster. You know, does a job. Mid-carder, sort of. Do you know what I mean? It's fine. But, yeah, I don't know. It's not really anything that I think gets too many pulses racing, I suppose. So, those list of examples Hannah just gave, I think that would be kind of similar, really. I suppose I'd be interested to see what Willow Nightingale could do. She's got a bit of a bouncy, bubbly personality. She might be able to bring something that's missing. Nice back elbow. I love the Wyatt 6, said Deepak. I'm just going to give up trying to spell correctly. Autocorrect has decided to be cheeky tonight, says Carla. Lexis is like a Curtis Axel 2.0, said Rich. Well, I hope not. I hope not. I hope that he can make it click. I mean, I don't think it's unfair to say it hasn't quite clicked or it hasn't quite... He's got, like, a bit of a look. But I don't find loads of great matches or great promos that come out of him. In the ring goes Dexter. Shots coming in there by Dawkins. Match is over, said Larry. Right, okay, we're in the same place then. So, there we go. All of those tag teams that were around ringside got involved, and now the match has been called. Let's get the poll up for that. Match score. Why build hype for the Wyatt's match and then ruin it with the DQ, said Tyler. Honestly, bud, it's frustrating. I was not pleased about it earlier. I was really frustrated at the fact they had done that. I know it was something that was a bit obvious that they could do, because obviously the Wyatts had attacked all the other tag teams. So the tag teams coming in to, you know, make sure the Wyatts don't win the tag titles. You can sort of understand why the tag teams would do that. I think what bothered me more was, I think, isn't it Los Garza that actually pulled Dexter out the ring? Referee doesn't kick Los Garza from ringside. Why didn't the ref kick them out from ringside? Why was Rowan and Uncle Howdy just standing in the entranceway, not bothered that all these tag teams had come out? Like, and when Los Garza do pull out Dexter, why didn't Rowan and Uncle Howdy do anything at that point? Like, there's too many questions around. There's too much like inconsistency for this. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know why they've booked it this way. So, yeah, there was a lot of frustration on the stream earlier that this match had kind of gone this way. There's Howdy. I like the jacket that Howdy's wearing. I like the hair that Howdy's got. I think I'd mess that mask up a bit more. I think the mask is too sort of clean. It looks too just standard painted. I think I'd have like some marks on it and like mess it up a little bit more. I think the mask needs that. But other than that, I think it's a pretty good look that for Uncle Howdy. Britt would grow exponentially. She knows how to walk and talk. She would have to take direction, though. She can't be doing her own thing, says William. Welcome, Matt Hardy said, yada da mean. Yada da mean. Tony said Alexa would be hampered by the Wyatts. Where's Alexa when you need her, said Rashawn. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we didn't talk about it earlier, but B-Fab was backstage saying, if you need me, I can be there. Kind of made it seem like Nikki was going to get involved and B-Fab was going to come down, but nothing came of that. Unless they're, like, setting up B-Fab getting involved in the future. Don't know. Strange. Ad break after Nia's entrance. Joe said, here comes Nia. Okay, I'm around about... Oh, I'm quite a distance away. Okay, Nia coming out, so I was around about a minute behind you guys then. Okay, Nia making her way down to the ring. Big Jim and Jacob just talking backstage before this segment. Daze, I still don't like SmackDown's ring announcer. He sucks, says Taker 1990. Hannah said, Daze, I bet when we're in Colombia, those women saying papacito to you will make you melt with happiness as you eat empanadas. I mean, it just sounds like a dream. It just sounds like heaven, to be honest. I think, actually, I probably should have been born in Colombia. We got an advert for Saturday night's main event. Daze, if you do ever come to Connecticut, let me know, said Dad Stuff. You'd love the Traveller restaurants, books whilst you eat, and you could even get to take some. You'll also have to go solo, as I don't live anywhere near there. Oh, okay. Are you going to make me have cheese curds? Ain't forgot, you know. That's still firmly in my mind. Here's Tiffany. I'm seeing Jurassic Park commercial for the 245th time, said Jeremy. I don't know where we are right now. I've got Tiffany making her way down. I don't know if you guys are there. Those Colombian women love tourists, says Hannah. Maybe I was born in the right place then. Maybe I was born in the right place. Daze would rather go to Chile, especially if they all look like Stephanie. Mate, honestly. I think Latin America I'd be dead. I don't think I'd come back. I would end up getting smothered. What do they say when you go to Waffle House? Chopped, chunked, smothered. That would be me in Saudi Arabia. Not Saudi Arabia. Got that on the brain. South America. Latin America. Smothered, chunked, chopped. I don't know what else they do. I don't know what else they do, but I'd want it all. Do it all to me. I need to visit again. Colombia, love the atmosphere, says Hannah. We're at ads. You're going to see all the dinos for the next month until that movie comes out, said Tony. There's going to be dinos everywhere. Daze, you got to come to Canada. You can have a beaver's tail. Is that a sex thing? Black Mandalorian said, I'd be in trouble if I went to the UK and a female spoke to me with your accents. Why? What does that mean? Oh, really? Like, you like the accent? Is that what that is? I can't decide if you'd be in trouble because you don't understand it or if it's... Do you know what I mean? The accent's a winner. I don't think the accent I've got's a winner, by the way, but there is like a nice English accent, isn't there, that seems to do quite well. I don't think that's my accent. It's more like the Queen kind of, posh girl accent. I don't have that accent. Not all English women look like Mariah May, said James. James, I didn't know she was English. I didn't know Mariah May was English. I thought she was Australian. All that time that she was in a feud with Tony Storm, I thought she was Australian. It was only since she joined that I wanted to look to see if Mariah May was her actual real name. So I went to Wikipedia. I was like, what? She's English. I didn't know she was English. I thought she was Australian. And I don't even know why I thought that. She hasn't got like an Australian accent. I knew she had spent time in England. So I thought it was one of those where her kind of accent had gone pretty neutral. So I was like, what? Couldn't believe it. She's one of us. Oh my God. I don't know where I got that from. I have no idea where I've picked that up from, where I thought she was flipping Australian. William said, I thought she was English and I was right. Tony said, are you serious? She's my favourite. I'm totally serious. It was only the other day I found out she was English. Harry said, Mariah May is the most English woman I've ever heard when she talks. Syed said, can I get a timestamp? What does that mean? What does a timestamp mean? What do you mean? Let me give you more of a look behind the curtain. Maple syrup, Canadian bacon, and all the sorries you will ever hear. Let's go. Canadians are known for being very, very polite, aren't they? But there's also some great stuff on Mariah May's YouTube, said Tommy. Daze was never a fan of the English accent. Even the American accent is more appealing, says Hannah. I always thought Mariah's accent was fake. What do I know, said Akeem. Daze, what part are you watching on Netflix? Oh, what? Where? I'm at a wrong point. Right now, I'm at 2 hours, 30 minutes, and 18 seconds. I've got Tiffany just getting into the ring, but I wouldn't try and get into sync with that. Because people will tell me I'm in the wrong place, and then I'll jump to wherever I need to go to. Truth Hurts said, the Wyatt storyline is going nowhere. The girls in the ring are so hot. Okay, so we're going on to our next match. This is going to be our main event. I don't think that's a spoiler because there's no other announced matches. And this is for the Women's Championship. Hi, Harry said, what the hell are they doing with the Wyatts? It's bell time. The Wyatts were so hyped, and now they look sad. WWE could use those guys to print money, but they're too lazy. I do not get it. I agree. I hear you. I share in that frustration. Hey, do you know what? You lot are nowhere near as down on that match as people were earlier. I'd say this is a considerable difference. Street Profits versus Wyatt, you lot have given it a good 92%. Earlier, there was a lot of anger as to how that match had gone and how, like, the teams interfered and all that stuff. Earlier, they scored it good 74. Good 74. You lot said good 92. That's a big difference. That's like 18%. So that's interesting. You lot seemed a lot more chilled about it. Right, bell has sounded. We are underway. Naomi could cash in, said Christian. She could. She could, but... Austin said if Naomi does cash in, I would have no doubt that Jade will win tomorrow. Rich said it's got to be a spoiler. Naomi was in all white earlier. Jay James said I saw Mariah May at an independent show in Dunstable, which is about 45 minutes from where I live, and now I look at her. I always knew she would be a star, said Jay James. Blake Monroe is a porn star name. Oopsie, says Tony. I don't think they're going to change that, though. I think I heard that got mentioned a few weeks ago. I'm sure WWE are aware of that now. They don't seem to have pivoted. Rich said it's an old wrestling trope. You wear all white out of nowhere when you've got a big angle. Nathan said, I just think that Triple H doesn't know how to book spooky things, and I stand by this statement. Eric said we just had some glitches when they were going to commercial. Okay. That's interesting, because I've been getting glitches throughout this show, but when I mention them, people are like, no, we didn't get those. Tiffany is... getting back up to her feet. We've just had the ring steps being used. I feel like you guys have probably already seen this. There's a glitch. There's a few glitches. I wonder if that's the glitches you were just talking about. As Nia has grabbed a table. Sound has gone as well, so that implies... commercial. So yeah, those were probably the glitches you were referring to. Right, will we get Paige at Evolution? We could do. I'm not desperate for Paige. I think the women's division has moved on past Paige personally, but we could get Paige. Daze, I woke up at 3 a.m. just to watch it live on Netflix, and when the ad break was 30 minutes, I thought I was dreaming. I thought I was having a nightmare. King Yeti! Hello, buds! King Yeti in the house, firing in Wrestling Days memberships. Ace, 5461, Aiden, Michael, Crom, Hearns, Daniel, Christopher, Death Metal Lads, We Are ND, Jamie Thompson, all benefiting from King Yeti's generosity. King Yeti, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're doing well. King Yeti is goated, said David. Lots of King Yeti love. William calling him Kong Yeti. My little girl said, I agree. It's just moved past her, but she is my second favourite of all time. Listen, she's a legend. She could be under a Legends deal and come in and do occasional appearances and be at WWE Worlds. And I don't even mind her being a flipping GM. You know, make her a GM of NXT. Have Ava do something else. I mean, I don't know that Ava can be the GM of NXT forever. I don't know what's gone on with Ava, actually. I mean, she came in and she was doing wrestling, and all of a sudden, like, it's been a long time now since she's been doing in-ring stuff. Is that just completely abandoned? Like, I don't know what's happening there. Did she just decide it wasn't for her, so we found something else for her to do? I don't know. If Paige comes back at Evolution, I'm going to scream, said Harry. She was annoying as a GM, said Austin. Do you think so? I thought she was good as a GM. I thought she did well as the SmackDown GM. You thought she was annoying? I thought she was quite annoying in AEW. So, maybe you're right. Perhaps she was a bit annoying. I don't know. I liked her as a GM. I thought she was pretty good as a GM. I have no desire, really, to see her as a wrestler. Or as a manager. After what I saw in AEW, I don't need to see her as a manager either. I love Paige, but her heart's just not in wrestling anymore, and you can tell. I think she's made and is making so much money outside of WWE, the hunger's not there anymore. I think it might have been Ava's knees, said Carla. I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere. Lita is always going to be my goat, said my little girl. Paige Evolution, says Tommy. Tiffany looks like she has got little kids' pajamas on. That is true, actually. She does look like she's going to be at a sleepover. That is true. Tiffany going up. I don't know where we are. Oh, my God. What I do know is we've got less than... we haven't got long to go. Josh said, that's what I thought, PJs. Hey, they could sell those. Tiffy Time PJs based on her gear here. Tiffany is down. We got Nia over against the ropes. David said, I'm drinking coffee. The main event is going to cook. Guerrero would be good. What, Vicky? Nia charging over. The hype around Nightbird and how excited most fans were was a fantastic moment. Then WWE pulled the rug out. I can't believe they're killing this special idea that was so well received, said Tyler. I think it's moving away from what we hoped it would be and wanted it to be. You know, we wanted it to be a very rich backstory, promos, you know, Funhouse, Fiend, all that sort of stuff. Maybe explore that lore further. You know, where did Sister Abigail go? I think what people would like is they would like the story to sort of be kind of, you know, brought together a little bit. Uncle Howdy could help us understand Sister Abigail more and, you know, where Bray was going with all of this, where the Funhouse was, and, you know, any kind of questions people have about all of those things. Instead, we're not doing any of that. Instead, they're just going after the tag titles. Yeah, I agree. Nightbird was fantastic. Nightbird was absolutely in the sweet spot of what people were looking for. I think it's hard. I think it's harder than it looks, honestly. Tiffany is over by the barricade and she gets up. No one wants to hear the screeching "excuse me" again, said my little girl. Slim gymless tables. Yes. Yes. No Slim Jim logos on them. It's a good table spot, that, actually. Again, it's hard. I don't know where you are and where I am. We've got more picture-in-picture, says Larry. Do you remember White Rabbit, said Saeed? Yeah, brilliant. White Rabbit was brilliant. Nightbird took it to a different level. And I think the massacre was good. I think the interviews were good. And then obviously, you know, we were doing some feuds. They were based on the past. And then, you know, injury happened. They've come back and, you know, since they've come back, they've not really dug into any of that stuff anymore. Now it's just about trying to, I don't know, win some tag titles. I mean, we can still do good feuds. It's not like it's completely over or anything like that, but I can understand there being frustration around. Do we know if Paige is going to challenge Liv Morgan? No, I don't even know that Paige is coming back, honestly. Tommy said, after Nightbird, I had such hope. And how they treated Bray, I thought it would be special. I think they wanted it to be. I think if you look at how good Nightbird was, and how they were so on the right path, and how well received it was, and the promos that they filmed, and the masks and the outfits that they had made, I think you can look at that and see that they did have the right idea, but it's just something's gone awry, something's gone astray. I don't know if it's that the injury has shown how hard this is going to be, and you know they need to just get moving with something. Maybe it's something like that. That's what ruined Bray. The attractions don't need titles. They just shouldn't be in that picture, said Rich. Give me Paige versus Tiffy versus Liv and I'd be happy, says Harry. Right, where are we in the match at the moment? Right now, I've got Nia trying to walk away from Tiffy down the entrance ramp after being rammed with a trunk. Tiffany is running after Nia. She smacks her in the back. It's confirmed Chris Jericho's coming back to WWE. Is it? Where's that been reported, buds? Tiffany setting up a table. Tiffany has hit Nia with a chair. Oh, okay. Daze, imagine having sex. Well, just end there. Crazy. Daze, we read that one. Who's going to fight Io for the Women's World Championship? Well, if Asuka wins tomorrow, then it'll be Asuka. To be honest, even if Asuka loses, it could still be Asuka. Christian said on a podcast that he signed a contract. Who's Christian M? I don't know who that is, buds. I've not seen anything from, you know, I mean, news like that, I'd want to be getting it from Sean Rossap, Wrestle Votes, PW Insider, somewhere like that. The following nicknames, if Daze was a wrestler, the English Bull Dazer. Let's go. Daze, have you still got the Street Profits matchup? No, I have moved on. I don't know where we are though. Tiffany is getting her ass kicked. She's not done anything yet, says Jeremy. Jericho and Brock coming back are as likely as cats not being crazy. Nia is setting up tables in the ring. Okay, Nia setting up tables in the ring. I actually might not be that far behind. Yeah, I've got a table being set up right now by Nia. I actually wasn't that far out by the looks of it. So I've got Nia setting up a table right now. We've only got 20 minutes left. So I don't think there's much long left in this match. Did the Wyatts fight for the titles? They did, Johnny. Yes, they did. Here we go. We've got Nia climbing up with Tiffany on her shoulders. Nia is climbing up. She's going to look for a Samoan drop. And right now we've got boom, powerbomb. Guys, don't put any spoilers in the chat. Nia is just been driven through that table. Tiffany just put Nia through the table, said my little girl. Nia through the table. So, yeah, I'm right there with you guys. That's good. Thank you. Okay, so Nia is down and she beats the counts. She manages to get back up to her feet. Over by the ropes. Tiffany's over by the ropes as well. And Naomi is making her way down. Naomi is running down. Here we go. Naomi gets in the ring, hands the briefcase over to the referee. Daze timeouts. We are doing our jobs. Mobs, attack, spoilers. Nia goes on top of... Tiffany goes up. Prettiest moonsault. So, Naomi tried to cash in. Ba-ba-bam. Saeed, don't mention anything that's going to be on the show. I don't care if it's been uploaded. People have tried to avoid spoilers all day. So that means they've tried to avoid WWE. So there's no point mentioning stuff that's not yet been seen. All stream, we've been saying don't say spoilers. Pretty much everything that's happened on the show has been reported and is out there. So you can't really use that as an excuse. Really, if it's happened on the show and we haven't seen it yet, don't mention it. Like, that's the rule. Tiffany grabbing Money in the Bank, walloping Nia. I don't get why Triple H doesn't like Money in the Bank, says Harry. Nia goes through these tables. On the outside, Naomi had made her way down. She could not get this briefcase cashed in, so she's still got the briefcase. But it is a victory. It is a win for Tiffany. Tiffany wins the last woman standing match, said Mister. Match is over. WrestleRant said it was decent. Right, let's get the poll up, shall we? What people thought about that. Tiffany 1 says, Joe. Okay, poll is up. Where's Naomi? She's already come down, but she's already come down. Daze, who do we think would be great to win Money in the Bank and do a run out of time angle? Maybe someone like Grayson. Maybe someone like that. That can be quite animated. Someone like The Miz back in the day would have been quite good with that. You know, that kind of look on his face when he realizes that his opportunity has just slipped through his fingers. You want someone that's very emotive. Someone like Chelsea would be very good with that. Someone that can really communicate that moment, you know. Any of those is... would work. Okay, they are just talking about Night of Champions and the match card that's coming up. Boomer said, Tiffany time with the win. No cash in. It's good. I just wanted to keep that belt a little bit longer. Spartan said the match was good. Naomi tries to cash in. Tiffany is still champion. Harry said, is Raw also in Saudi? No, back in America on Monday. Phantom said Naomi is moan backwards. I moan. Yeah, it is actually. Daze, how are you? I'm doing good, thank you. One segment to go. Sean said Raw is in Pittsburgh. Austin said I still want Asuka to win Queen of the Ring, but it's going to be Jade, isn't it? It does feel like it's going to be Jade. Larry said they will film after Raw because of Friday. Yes, Fridays is a tape show, isn't it? I think Naomi should hold that briefcase going into next year. I don't think she should be the one that ends Tiffany's reign, said Jam. Daniel said, how was Egypt? Did you survive? I did survive. And it was pretty good. Didn't really do a great deal. Only popped out once. But other than that, just stayed around the hotel complex, visiting different bars. So, yeah, it was good. Nice to be back, though. Right, coming up next, CM Punk, John Cena, face to face. They're doing a double taping, said Rich on Monday. Restaurant said, this Punk Cena promo, it's about to cook. I am hyped. Dad Stuff said, Raw in Pittsburgh. I was just there on vacation. I met an upcoming TNA wrestler whilst riding the incline. What were they called? Dominic Stuckey. Dominic Stuckey? Doesn't really sound like a wrestler's name. Dominic Stuckey. Should I let one of the morons through, says William. Jamie said, do you know what the Cody segment was earlier? I've not seen it. No. It was interrupted earlier, and sadly, I don't have the USA feed that you guys do. So, for me, I've still got earlier show. So, I know that it was, like, iPhone footage. And I know it goes for a couple of minutes, but yeah, I've not seen it yet. What do you want out of this year's SummerSlam, said Jam. Honestly, but I want it to be special and I want it to feel like WrestleMania. I want it to feel big. I mean, SummerSlam, it's normally like the second biggest show, either that or Rumble. But it's always like a hell of a distance behind WrestleMania. No one ever thinks what's the bigger show. You know, is it WrestleMania or is it SummerSlam? I want that gap to be closed. I really like SummerSlam being over 2 days this year. I'm actually all for that. And they announced that they're going to do the roast of WWE. So we're starting to see SummerSlam weekend starting to resemble WrestleMania weekend a little bit more. I'm down for that. I'm here for that. I don't want us to just have that one big show in April. Nothing's going to replace WrestleMania, but can we get SummerSlam a little bit closer? So, I want it to feel WrestleMania-esque. I like the 2 days. Let's just keep doing that. SummerSlam being one night is better, said Austin. We can't comment because I haven't seen it yet, but I like the 2-day WrestleMania because the alternative is that you go 6-7 hours like we did at WrestleMania 35, and that sucked. That was so exhausting. So I like, if we're gonna have like that as the alternative, I'd rather do 2 days. And it's just made WrestleMania feel kind of even bigger, to be honest. It's like a whole... It's not even a whole weekend, is it? It's longer than that. People kind of travel in on a Wednesday. By the Tuesday, the next week, they were still doing shows in Las Vegas. So it's like, it's pretty much nearly a week. It's like WrestleMania week. So, you know, SummerSlam just being that one day, I think it's got to go bigger. I think let's try and get it closer to what WrestleMania is now. We've certainly got the rosters to fill it. We've got the talent to fill it. I don't think we're going to struggle in that regard. Right, Cena is in the ring. Mania staying as one night wouldn't have been good, said Jam. Well, not if it's going to be as long as what it is. Not if it's going to be as long as what it is. If they're going to, you know, keep doing it as... Not if they're going to keep doing it like 6-7 hours long. Who's going to win the Women's Championship, Naomi or Nia? Well, I think Naomi will get it. I hope she does succeed. Syed said, I want WrestleMania to be one day because here in Australia, it's on a Sunday. So it's on Sunday, Monday. And I don't like it being on Monday. I can understand that. Bori said, I considered going to SummerSlam since I only live 15 minutes away from MetLife, but I can't stand being in the heat for too long due to medical reasons. I'm just going to watch it in an air-conditioned room. That's a shame. It should be a really special show. We've got John Cena's entrance, says Larry. Oh, am I ahead of you then? All right, I think I'm ahead of you. You'll have to let me know when Cena's talking. I've got Cena in the ring. Here comes Cena. All right. I've skipped forward from you guys. I thought we were already at this point. Okay, I've got Cena in the ring with a microphone, and I'm going to pause it. Okay, let me know when Cena speaks. Let me know when Cena speaks. He holds up the belt and he says something. Let me know when he speaks and I'll press play. Guys, I'll do it. I will do it. I will press play. That's what I've done, says Carl. SummerSlam is going to be wild if Punk wins the belts. Spartan, see you tomorrow. Jam said, only thing with tape shows is they never go crazy for them to avoid spoilers. Yeah, I know. It's why tape shows really suck. And, you know, we try to avoid them as much as possible. Ring announcer introducing. Okay. Second announcer now. Holding up the belt now. Don't turn heel on us, said Saeed. I'm not turning heel. He just got the mic. I just need Cena speaks. Okay, I've got Cena speaking then. So Cena holding the belt up, saying this is what a winner looks like. I am a winner. Saying that he's out-cornered CM Punk. CM Punk can do nothing about this. He's talking. Greatest of all time. Show some respect, said Josh. Oh my God, says Ben. I feel like Punk's about to cook Cena, said my little girl. WrestleRant's like, holy... Dude, look at this. Flipping look at this. Look at this. Jeremy said, Punk, no way. Drug-free. Punkonomics. Punk life. Punk life, said Jay. Yeah, man. Cena looking out at the fans as CM Punk makes his way down to the ring. It's good, isn't it? It's good. This is unbelievable, said Jeremy. This is mint, said George. New action figure, said Josh. This is dope, said Bishop. Basic punkonomics. Look at Cena's face. WrestleRant said, this is so good. Matt Pete said, I disagree. I think this is cringe. I can't believe that Punk is lowering himself to this. This is basic punkonomics. This clown plagiarized my pipe bomb, so now I'm stealing word life. You stole my pipe bomb promo just to distract from the fact that you move in slow-mo. You're like a Timu Macklemore, but with Mackle-less rhythm. That's a good bar. John Cena has buried more talent than The Undertaker. Mate. Punk is frying Cena, says my little girl. Rich, thank you. He's even wearing jorts, said Rich. Thugonomics was my favorite version of Cena, said Tony. That taker line is crazy, says Jam. A-Jobster said, Punk's making Cena look like a fool. That buried more than Undertaker line has been used before, says Mayor Pete. George said CM Punk is spitting facts. Yeah, this crowd were not a very pro CM Punk crowds. He was getting booed when he got mentioned at the kickoff show. But, I mean, they're flipping loving him here. Millions chant my name, but to you, they chant you can't wrestle. Cena wasn't ready for a rap battle, said A. Jobson. He's going to be busy washing underwear for James Gunn. You might work for DC, but no matter how hard you try, you'll always be the Marine to me. CM Punk calls Cena a washed-up bum. Punk said you've never been in my class. CM Punk chants. The Marine movie is awesome, said A. Jobson. I am sports entertained. There's one more wish to make. You're going to lose to my Kendrick because you're my Drake. Yeah, I mean, sports entertained. Sports entertained. That segment played very well earlier. Let's end the poll for that match. We got Punk in Saudi before GTA 6 said wrestle with Andy. Matt Pete, really not a fan, said there's nothing edgy about a Marine movie rib. Good 95. So good 88 earlier for Tiffany and Nia. Good 95 is what you lot scored it. So quite close. You lot a little bit more into that than earlier. Rich said, "Oh no, he didn't." Cena was a heel when he started. He wore a chain, rapped and challenged Brock Lesnar. He copied Brock turning F5 to FU, says Phantom. A minor. That was a great promo, said David. You know you've lost the battle when you're being compared to Drake. This is the best they could hope. So for viral, said Rich. There we go. And the show comes to an end. I don't know. I don't know what people are going to make of that show. I've watched it twice. And, both times have been a challenge. First time I watched it, it was challenged because of all the technical issues. Second time was a challenge to try and keep in line with you guys. So I still don't feel like I've properly watched the show. Like, I've seen everything on it twice. But I don't think I've watched it the same way that I would watch a normal show. So yeah, a bit weird, honestly. It was just a weird show. It had some good points. It had some low points. Hey, go. I think the Wyatt 6 thing's really frustrating. I think the bit at the end, I think was really fun. I think Punk looks stupid, but I think he's meant to look stupid because he's dressed up as John Cena from back in the day, and he's kind of poking fun at that. Some of those lines I thought were really good. I like the Mackle more, Mackle less line. I thought that was really good. So yeah, I thought that was a pretty strong close. Matches, I don't know. I mean, the best match is the tag match, isn't it? I mean, I thought DIY against Andrade Phoenix was really good. But then you've got other bits that, you know, just kind of are in that good range. We do get the title change, though. Don't know how people will feel about that. What did you score? Smackdown. Let's see what people scored it and thought about it. 27. We'll get that poll up. We'll get the opinions video going as well. Let's do that. And that. Yeah, we won't get an unseen done because, honestly, it's such a messy day today with... Such a messy day with the kickoff show, the technical issues, the earlier live SmackDown, the SmackDown now. You know, there's just it's messy. So it's best to just probably, you know, do the opinions video, get up tomorrow, do Night of Champions, And we'll very much be doing an Unseen after Night of Champions. So definitely tomorrow. Definitely. It's nice and early as well, actually. That means Night of Champions will finish and it'll still be relatively early. So, yeah, there's no reason as to why we don't do an Unseen tomorrow. We do an Unseen tomorrow. Let's try and get back to the chat. There you are. There you are. It was an okay SmackDown, said John. Conrad said Punk is the best thing in WWE right now. It's not even close. Jay gives it a 6. John gives it a 7. A. Jobson said Punk won this battle, but will he win the war tomorrow? Tahil gives it a 5. Jeremy said 6.5. Rich said you're not getting it. Punk is a boomer. They're supposed to be boomer ribs, said Rich. Boomers for Life says 7. Joe gives it a 6. Drake was probably there catching strays. The Drake line's really good. Norma gives it a 6. Another average show, says Pop. Tony with a 6. Rich said it's because of how lame Cena was back in the day. I enjoyed SmackDown. I'm giving it a 7, said Austin. He said doo-doo, said Dad Stuff. Loves Cats said, I'm glad you made it home safely, Mr. Daze. Loves Cats, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it, my friends. The massive talking point tonight, the blackout, then the main event segment, and that Daze loves Colombian women. I just love women. I think everyone knows that it doesn't matter if they're from Colombia or another country, Iceland. It doesn't make any difference. You know, I just love women and I stand up for women. Yeah. I'm here for you girls. Yeah, I'm here for you. Like Jennifer, she's a woman. She says, I agree, Austin. I never wanted Chelsea Green to lose. And now I'm happy that Zelina is done with the title. And I agree with Jennifer because she's a woman. Felix said, Daze, I need more mellow. He was backstage, wasn't he? Very fleetingly tonight. Daze likes Chileans. Especially Stephanie, says Harry. Harry, I don't know if you've heard the news. I like all women, yeah? Even the murder ones, the ones that kill other people. I like them as well. Rich said, it's a tape SmackDown. And we've got another one next week. Akeem said, poor Zelina. Felix says, feel me. Felix, I can't because I don't think you're a woman. Nicholas said top 3 Punk promos of all time. What, you really enjoyed that much? Yeah, it's great. It's fun. I just think it's fun. Cole said Carmelo had a good 30 minutes on screen today. Yeah, because of that video that kept looping rounds. Very good. PJ said, how excited are you for tomorrow's show? I'm pretty excited, honestly. I think the card looks pretty good. I mean, listen, Cody against Randy, I mean, it should be a great match. I think Rhea against Raquel being a street fight could be a little banger as well. Obviously, you know, Cena, CM Punk. Cena can't really go in the ring that well in 2025. Punk's going to have to do some heavy lifting, but there's plenty of spots that they can do. And do you know what I mean? It's going to be last time. Cena's winning. I'm fairly confident on that. I know many of you are as well, but it doesn't mean that it can't be like an amazing moment still. So, you know, it's one of those. I wish there was maybe a little more doubt. I wish there was a little more... You know, we're not too sure as to which way it's going to go, whatever. But, yeah, it's one of those. I'm looking forward to it. I'd say 7.5, something like that, excitement-wise. It's not like 10 or anything like that. I don't think, like, there's much doubt of, like, any big titles changing hands. But, yeah, 7.5, something along those lines. Maybe a 7.75. Tommy, shout out to you, my friends. Grand hello. Naomi is going to cash in on John. It's the perfect ending. Well, I tell you what, this is the perfect ending so that we can walk away now and do our opinions video. So I'm going to put that up now and ask for your opinions. So feedback required. What did you think about Smackdown? I'll take anything. If you want to talk Blackout, if you want to talk Punk, whatever you want to talk, we can talk it. So that is up now on my X account, Wrestling Daze YT, over on Twitter. Leave a comment on there. I'll try and get through as many as I can. We're pretty good at getting through like 30, 40, something like that. Once it starts going above that, it starts to become a bit more challenging. But yeah, you can leave your feedback over on that now. Right, this stream ends now. Thanks for watching, and we will see you tomorrow for Night of Champions, says Boomers TV. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate everyone joining us, especially those that joined us twice. Yeah, really appreciate it. Obviously, you didn't need to come back and join us again, but really appreciate it. We'll be back, obviously, tomorrow for Night of Champions. We start well before the countdown show, so we'll be starting and chatting. Then we'll go into the countdown show. Then we'll go into Night of Champions. Unseen. I'll probably do the opinions video first tomorrow, but there will be an Unseen. Unseen returns in a blaze of glory tomorrow, as long as the X folders aren't down. It should be back tomorrow. So yeah, big day tomorrow. Go and get some rest, and hopefully I'll see you then. Right, thank you, Jennifer. Shout out to you. Brandon, shout out to you. William, shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that has joined us, and I will see you tomorrow for Night of Champions. Bye for now.